Illustration of Hollywood. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, A Blessing in Misfortune. The next day, in the small conference room on the 17th floor of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in Manhattan, no matter how much the media hyped it up, Zack Snyder still invited two people from the city government. Since this kind of thing happened, Wayne didn't expect the film to be shot quietly. All he could do was to quickly find a way to deal with these two people and quickly finish the scenes in New York. The two people from the city government sat down without saying a word. The leader was a middle-aged Jewish man with a particularly conspicuous hooked nose, but the two obviously didn't want to talk anymore, just like going through the motions. Wayne looked at the middle-aged man, and after confirming that he was able to make a decision, he asked, "Mr. Feinstein, according to the contract we reached before, the city government has no reason to overturn everything. This is New York, and even the city government itself may not be able to count how many crews from Hollywood come to shoot every week. Their plan is generally that, as long as they don't deliberately disrupt social order, they will actively cooperate with the crew to shoot. We won't overturn the previous contract." Saul Feinstein didn't expose Wayne's pretense. "Of course you can continue filming, but those plans for large-scale road closures in the city center need to be revised." After saying that, he shook his head and looked at the big director opposite him. If he was not also Jewish, he would not bother to mention these. Continue filming. The other party was also clearly shirking responsibility. Of course they could continue filming, but without the cooperation of the New York City government, those large-scale scenes that required road closures would all be ruined. Joker is more like a crime drama than a comic book movie. The final shots required are all large-scale scenes in the city center. Zack Snyder saw Wayne frowning, turned around and said, "Mr. Feinstein, according to the agreement I negotiated with you last month, the contract clearly states the obligations of both parties. The city government must." Zack, thinking and observing the other party's face, Wayne immediately interrupted his assistant director. When he heard this, he pretended to be stupid and tried, but Zack Snyder added fuel to the fire. Hearing the same words, Saul Feinstein obviously didn't take it to heart, and his tone was as calm as ever. "Mr. Snyder, the contract you signed will never change. You can continue to shoot in New York. However, due to public security issues, the New York Police Department is very busy, so they can't help you close the road." Although he called out Zack Snyder's name, the middle-aged Jewish politician never took his eyes off Wayne for a second. After frowning and thinking for a while, Wayne decided to get straight to the point. This was a threshold that he couldn't cross directly. "Mr. Feinstein, just tell me what the reasons were for the city government's decision. I hope to know the main reasons." Only then did the middle-aged man smile. Saul Feinstein also said happily, "Let me tell you this. If you were a small crew and a small director, we wouldn't care about how the media reported this matter. But you and your crew have received too much attention, understand?" Huh. Even though he had guessed something a long time ago, he still pointed at himself. "So it has a lot to do with me? Kid, it has a lot to do with me." Saul Feinstein stopped playing dumb and looked at the overly young director. "Don't underestimate your influence. Both of your films have caused a wave of movie watching among young people in New York. When Get Out was released, some young people even lined up outside the theaters and blocked traffic. Your influence is really great." This made him nod speechlessly. Wayne knew that what he said was true. When Get Out was released, it did cause a trend among young people. Not to mention the young people in New York, even the African American young people in the colored community began to go to the theater to watch movies. Because of your influence in a certain aspect. Saul Feinstein also had a helpless smile on his face. The city government doesn't want to get involved in certain scandals. Many people are dissatisfied with government departments. Coupled with the bottomless hype of the media, a large part of them will think that the government is helping a problematic person. He didn't need to finish. Wayne already understood what he meant. Politicians are like this. If there is any risk, they will immediately withdraw their hands and will never allow themselves to be attacked. Hearing the other party say this, Wayne shrugged, indicating that all this had nothing to do with him. I know that, even if the arrested assistant director's actions have nothing to do with the crew, it will not stop the media from continuing to hype it up. But I still have to say here, Mr. Feinstein, Karen Wurster's actions are all her own. Seeing that Wayne had said this, Saul Feinstein did not beat around the bush. According to the route you plan to shoot, it is only 2 streets away from New York's most prosperous 5th Avenue. This location is simply too sensitive, and it is impossible not to attract the attention of the public and reporters. He shook his head and continued, Director Greenberg, for government departments, stability must override everything. His subtext was very clear. Politicians do things with stability as the main thing, and Wayne Greenberg is too famous. It is difficult for reporters and the public to ignore it. This is a consequence caused by the assistant director Karen. Wayne didn't even need to read the newspaper this morning to think that the police would be labeled as a drug den because they wanted to investigate the crew's contraband. Those politicians, including Saul Feinstein, would not want the media to say that they were related to the drug den crew. These were not a big deal for Hollywood star directors, but a big deal for politicians. That's the situation. Director Greenberg, Saul Feinstein did not hide anything. They were not afraid that Wayne would use the contract to make trouble. Unless Warner Brothers stopped filming in New York in the future, they would be crazy to do that. So we hope you can carefully consider the plan of shooting location in New York. Because this time may cause you losses, I can personally promise you a favor. You will definitely have many convenient conditions when you come to New York to shoot a movie in the future. The words have been said here, almost forcing Wayne into a dead end, leaving him with no way out for a while. At this time, Wayne's brain was turning quickly, thinking about whether there was any alternative plan. But it was almost impossible. If he gave up the location that had been inspected, he could only return to Los Angeles to build the scene for shooting. But it was too late to build the scene now. This should have been done in the early preparations. At this time, Wayne even thought of the possibility of ignoring the city government and forcing himself to shoot on location according to the contract. According to the terms and conditions in the contract, the city government has absolutely no right to stop the crew from filming normally, but no one knows whether there will be any problems. Without the coordination of the city government, there will be no support from the police department. Especially for scenes that require road closures. Even if the shooting progresses fast, it will not be completed in a day or two. The crew, which is subject to various restrictions, will obviously become difficult to move forward. After rejecting this idea in his mind, Wayne shook his head in frustration and said tentatively, if I agree with the suggestion of the New York City government and do not go to that damn sensitive street to shoot, but go back to the slums, where I went first to arrange the shooting myself, can you provide help to the crew? Interesting suggestion. Saul Feinstein raised his hand and gently scratched his chin, falling into deep thought. He had to think clearly about how feasible this would be. This was Wayne's last resort, otherwise he was going to rush back to Los Angeles immediately to play a more crazy green cloth shooting, and all the backgrounds in the later stage would be synthesized by CG. The cost of doing so is very high now. Although computers have long been used by industrial light and magic in film production, anything related to special effects was extremely expensive 2000 years ago. You can't start shooting right away. You have to wait until the media calms down a little in the next 2 days. Saul Feinstein unexpectedly agreed, which gave Wayne a sense of unreality. He had already begun to choose other options in his mind. Now there are 2 options. Either return to Los Angeles immediately, shoot the interior scenes, while letting the staff work overtime to build the scene, but you will definitely miss the Super Bowl. The second option is to stay in New York, spend a lot of money to decorate the street in Brooklyn, and leave immediately after shooting the exterior scenes. It may be completed before Christmas, but it will increase expenses. Chapter 127, a phone call that affects your life. Of the 2 options, Wayne would definitely choose the second one now, without even considering it. This was already a blessing in disguise. Thank you, Mr. Feinstein. I will shoot the indoor scenes first in the next few days. I will prepare what I need for the shooting, and I will shoot quickly when the time comes. I will never ask for any more trouble. This result was already very good. He was ready to put aside all the doubts in his mind, speed up the shooting, and explain the expense issue to Warner Brothers when he returned to Los Angeles. "That's it, Director Wayne Greenberg, you did a great job, and many people are looking forward to you doing better." Saul Feinstein stood up and shook hands with him, then smiled and patted his shoulder. Wayne was relieved after sending the two people out of the hotel and returning to his room. Now he had time to think about it carefully, otherwise this feeling of frustration would drive him crazy. The other party agreed to let him stay in New York and provide follow-up work assistance. Wayne understood why Saul Feinstein finally agreed. The words he said before he left the hotel, patting him on the shoulder, explained everything. The solidarity and mutual assistance of the Jewish people gave Wayne an advantage. Because this group had been persecuted too many times, they had basically formed a habit of helping each other. Wayne always said that he didn't like the glass hearts and persecution paranoia of African Americans. In fact, the Jewish people were the real persecution paranoia group. This thing was ingrained in their blood. Especially the current North American Jewish group. These people are shrewd, greedy, rich and smart. They have controlled a lot of wealth and more social status in North America over the past few decades. Especially in the media industry, the capital tycoons behind the scenes are almost all Jews, and no one will pay more attention to the Voice channel than this group. "Nina, help me call Jeff Robinoff of Warner and tell him that I have something to talk to him about." Wayne tapped his fingers on the newspaper on the coffee table, but he was not in a hurry to read the reports. The incident had already happened, and it would not change the result. When he read it, the assistant took out her phone book and dialed the number of Warner Brothers Film and Production Department. After the secretary transferred the call, she handed the phone to her boss. After answering the phone, Wayne didn't rush to speak until a greeting came from the other side. "How is it, Wayne? This rare experience is great, right?" Strangely, Jeff Robinoff, the initiator of the project, didn't seem to be in a bad mood because of this. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Wayne said, "John should have told you everything, and the crew is full of Warner employees. You should know very well what happened. Why don't you seem to be in a hurry? Don't forget, Jeff, you are the first initiator of this project. Don't make a fuss." Jeff's voice is always full of rationality. "Let me tell you, what you are shooting and producing now is a Hollywood first-line big production, not the low-budget one of the past. Have you ever heard of a first-line project that can be produced smoothly to the end? Are you saying that all this has become very normal?" Of course it's normal, Wayne. Competition in Hollywood is not that simple. No big production has ever been successful easily. Everyone knows that only big investments can bring high returns. The advice I can give you is to focus on film production and leave the rest to Warner Brothers. Yes, Wayne suddenly realized that he was still too immature. He was dazzled by the success of two small-scale films. Perhaps now he has truly seen the tip of the iceberg of Hollywood. Hello, Wayne. Without hearing any feedback from the receiver, Jeff Robinoff called twice across the phone line. After Wayne finished his days, he quickly said, "It's okay, Jeff. I just suddenly feel that I still have a lot to learn. I used to think that just making a good film was enough. It seems that things are always more complicated than I imagined." In the Warner building in Burbank, Los Angeles, Jeff, who was sitting in the office with the phone, pointed at his secretary. After she closed the door and went out, he continued on the phone. "Listen, Wayne, what you are going through now is normal. You are not the only one experiencing this. All the big directors have emerged from various competitions. Have you ever seen anyone dare to really play tricks on a good guy in the circle like Steven Spielberg? All you have to do is focus on the filming and put aside everything else and keep calm. Why do those media issue press releases within half a day? Why do the police station accept interviews after arresting someone? Someone is watching you, and their purpose is to hinder the success of the film. Don't let them succeed." Wayne never dared to underestimate this circle, but he didn't expect that he was still too one-sided. "Is there nothing I can do now? Jeff, I'm not stupid. I can know many things just by guessing. Are you going to collect evidence before fighting back?" Looking at the time, Jeff Robinoff found that there was still time. He said calmly, "Let me tell you a little story. Just listen to it. In 1979, at the filming site of Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back, a huge fire broke out in the project, led by George Lucas. This inexplicable fire burned many props necessary for the movie, and the most important part of the film. When Wayne heard him say this, his eyeballs shrank sharply. Burning the film, that was shot with great effort. And it was a film for a project like Star Wars. If it was him, he would probably go crazy with anger. The final investigation result of this fire was an accident. No matter what means are used to investigate, this is a complete accident. George Lucas is not short of money to investigate and retaliate, but he still resisted the urge and put all his energy on the film. Wayne, I hope you understand that the reason why some people use some means on you is because you are no longer a dispensable little person. Think about what George Lucas did, and then look at his current status. He is the richest man in Hollywood, the undisputed richest man. At that time, George Lucas also had the full support of 20th Century Fox, but he chose to forget all this temporarily. The more others don't want to see his film succeed, the harder he will work to do all the work well. This is the right way to do it. Wayne smiled gently. A little story. Ahaha. Jeff Robinov must think very highly of himself, far more than he thinks of his current ability to say this to him. Jeff, you shouldn't compare me with the great father of Star Wars. I still have a lot to learn on my way. Wayne tried to relax his emotions. I still have some questions to ask. I have some guesses in my mind. What do you think? Then hold it in. Don't say it out loud. Just remember it in your mind. I tell you, you never need to find damning evidence for this kind of thing. Just think about who will be the vested interest group in the end. If your film is over budget, delayed, or even aborted, that's who will be the leader of all the troubles. This is exactly what Wayne thought. Now hearing Jeff's attitude, he relaxed his tense nerves. Some things, after all, don't need to be rushed. Okay, Wayne. Jeff's secretary's voice came from his side. Remember what I said to you. George Lucas had the support of 20th Century Fox back then, and you now have the support of Warner Brothers. We are even stronger, with our parent company Time Warner behind us. Hold your head high, don't stare at your feet. Think about this little story, and move forward with all your strength, until you occupy the top of this circle. Do you think anyone dares to trouble the richest man in Hollywood now? I'm going to a meeting soon, so let's do this for now. It seems that Jeff Robinov is really busy. Wayne asked the last sentence in an anxious tone, before he hung up the phone. Jeff, what did George Lucas do after he became successful? I mean, who was the mastermind behind that incident back then, and what was his fate in the end? You are too curious, Wayne. This phone in my office is encrypted, so I'll tell you. There is no mastermind behind the scenes. There is only a mentally ill patient who will be locked up in a mental hospital with a group of severely mentally ill patients for life. After Wayne finished speaking, he heard a click in his ear, and the phone was hung up by the other party. The richest man in Hollywood. Money equals power. This is an eternal truth in this country. This story cleared up all the fog for Wayne, making him feel as if he had found his way forward. Chapter 128 Twisted Body. The Joker crew has once again been involved in a contraband scandal. According to the latest news from our reporter, the assistant director Karen Wurster of the New York filming crew of the DC Comics adaptation Joker, a key project of Warner Brothers in the summer of 1993, has been arrested by the New York police for suspected use, collection, and transportation of contraband. It is reported that the D has taken over the case. This project is. Boss, are you okay? Nina looked at her boss who was flipping through the newspaper with some worry. He suddenly stopped, being tense after answering the phone. His expression while sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper was like returning to the holiday before the filming started. Nina was worried that her boss was overstimulated. The filming of this film was a farce after it started. After the filming became smooth, it was interrupted by a farce again, and a bigger crisis appeared. No, Nina, I just figured it out. Looking up and glancing at the assistant's worried expression, Wayne gave her a reassuring smile. I'm just a director. My job is to make this film. As for these things, Wayne casually threw the newspaper aside, after flicking it twice. Since I can't avoid these bad things, I'll leave them to John and Warner to deal with and return to what I'm best at and put all my energy into filming. In fact, the reports in the newspapers were within his expectations. National authoritative media such as the New York Times, the Chicago Sun-Times, and the Washington Post only made documentary reports in the entertainment section, and their attitude was relatively neutral. This drug den feast was a carnival for those small and medium-sized media. Nicolas Cage was once again pulled out, and crazy associations were made about his disappearance on the first day of filming. Even the director Wayne was written by the gossip tabloids as a leader in drug use. The story that Wayne Greenberg would not film if he did not take contraband before filming seemed to be very popular. His shooting style is destined to attract criticism. Any critic, media reporter, or even general movie fans who have watched Wayne's first 2 films will feel that such a director who shoots bloody movies with stories full of dark and twisted human nature is absolutely in line with drug addicts hiding in the dark. This is not a few years or more than a decade later. The director's image has not yet been flooded to the point where it can be seen everywhere. The only place to find clear photos of Wayne is in high-end magazines like Hollywood's Vanity Fair, which are obviously far away from the public. Boss, Zach and John are here. Nina heard a knock on the door, followed by 2 people. Do you want me to prepare something to drink for you? Coffee, black tea. Coffee, thank you. Coffee. Seeing that her boss was not affected by the news, Nina's mood relaxed a lot. After serving them coffee, she took the initiative to retreat to a corner of the living room and read magazines by the window. Joaquin has left the police station and given up everything about Karen Wurster. John's face revealed a sense of fatigue. This film has made this talented production manager with strong coordination ability feel unprecedentedly tired. The statement has been sent out through all the media under Warner Brothers. Don't expect too much effect. It is basically impossible to clear all the problems with this. The crew will encounter various accidents during filming, especially large crews with a large number of people. This is not the first time that John has handled a project, but it is the most tiring one for him. However, it is obviously not time to rest now. Wayne didn't care about the hoarseness in the other party's voice at all. His mind was quickly sorting out the filming problems. John, you should have known that we will stay in New York for a while. All the changes in expenses caused by the change of filming plan are listed separately. You have to communicate with the staff of the US Dollar Insurance as soon as possible. Don't let a third-party guarantee company appear to block the crew's funds. This depends on John's accounting and coordination ability. Planning various expenditure funds for the project is one of the basic skills of a producer. Why are there always insurance company employees in the crew? It is to allow them to observe at any time and prevent unexpected situations from happening during the filming. Anything that may cause the filming to overspend, these third-party guarantee companies will step forward to stop. What they do is the business of completion insurance. No matter what the reason is, the film is not completed due to insufficient funds. The consequence is that the insurance company will personally go out and invest money and personnel to complete the film. This is the main reason why every large company has to introduce a third-party guarantee company before preparation, at least to ensure that the money is invested and a complete movie can be produced. Although this will cause some obstacles to the use of funds by the crew, no matter what they do, as long as the filming funds are spent, they must go through the account of the third-party insurance company. But it will protect the basic interests of the production company and will not die because of problems with the crew. In the eyes of the production company, compared with the inconvenience of filming brought by the insurance company, the completion guarantee they bring is much more cost-effective. Zach, take the crew to various places in New York as soon as possible to shoot. Except for these background shots, all other plans can be cancelled or postponed. Wayne quickly entered the director's working state and began to arrange the filming. We will shoot simple indoor scenes in the next 2 days. We ask the props team and the set team to set up the streets as soon as possible. If there are not enough people, we will hire more temporary workers to set up the small street in Brooklyn as the scene at the end of the film. The principle is speed first. After shooting the ending scene, we will return to Los Angeles. Since many plans in New York have to be changed, there is no need for Wayne and his team to continue here. The simple indoor scenes in the Big Apple can be moved back to Los Angeles for shooting. Plans always change with the environment. Wayne admitted that his considerations this time were a bit simple. If he knew it would be so troublesome, he would rather spend money to set up the scene at the beginning. He is not a stubborn old director. He is a young man who is always in a state of flexibility. Since it has come to this point, he will overturn his overall plan and set up a new shooting plan. John reported the shooting plan to Warner Brothers that day and received their reply that, as long as the project can be completed within the production cost, Warner Brothers will not interfere with the operation of the crew. Ignoring the disturbances from the outside world, Wayne led the team and returned to the shooting apartment under the watch of paparazzi reporters the next day. With the preparation of the actors, sets, lighting, and props, the filming work began again without distraction. Nicholas, do you remember the shock you gave us on the day of the audition? Show that state. Wayne sat next to the shirtless Nicolas Cage and pointed at the prop shoes under his feet. This scene is crucial, and I'm very confident in your state. After saying that, he stood up and stepped back and walked out of the center of the camera. After returning to the monitor, he watched Nicolas Cage's thin and twisted body through the screen. Every pore of his body was clearly visible in the monitor, and the twisted upper body gave people a creepy feeling. Let's start. After seeing that the male lead was ready, he said to the stage manager and waved his hand. Joker, scene 76, act 1, start. After the pop sound of the board came, everyone saw Nicolas Cage in the state. He turned his back to the camera, and his figure twisted to tidy up his shoes. Every movement seemed to hit everyone, and the emotional transmission was simply overwhelming. Staring at the picture on the monitor, Wayne automatically compared him with the original painting in his mind. Compared with the other clown, Nicolas Cage's performance is relatively immature, but it does not affect the quality of the picture. It can only be said that each has its own merits. This future commercial coffee, in terms of acting skills, body language, and emotional transmission, is definitely more than enough to play in that kind of special effects blockbuster. It is estimated that he will soon wake up. How can the fame and fortune brought by commercial films, which is a thankless form of art films, be as real as the fame and fortune brought by commercial films? Cut. This shot is not long, but it is one of the most impressive scenes. Good. Nicola, very good performance. Keep up your state. After watching the playback once, Wayne hugged his shoulders and nodded. If you don't make a comparison, the performance of this scene is perfect. After the filming started again, you can immediately see the difference between Nicolas Cage and others. As soon as the two colleagues entered the camera, they were completely crushed by him in performance. This unbalanced state is very obvious. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129. We must distinguish who is a pet. Stop. This won't work. Faced with a performance that was called off loudly at the beginning, the three actors in the middle all looked at the director. Gently touching the stubble on his chin, Wayne thought about the solution. Nicolas Cage obviously became Arthur, and his performance was separated from the other two actors. Okay, let's do it again. After the script clerk started to slap the board, he left the director's chair and walked behind the camera. He decided to observe again. This time, not only the employees filming around found the weirdness, but even the three people who were performing felt abnormal. However, Wayne didn't call for a stop, so the three of them continued to perform. It wasn't until a colleague handed Arthur a bag with a pistol in it that they heard the director yell, "Cut. Take a 5-minute break, and we'll continue later." Wayne walked back to the director's chair, sat down, and began to quickly filter the various knowledge he had learned in his mind, trying to find a proper solution. In this case, it is not difficult to find a solution with the original painting in mind for comparison. He began to combine what he had learned with the impression of the previous film, and began to try it in his mind. You three come here, and see for yourself where the problem is. 5 minutes later, Wayne called the three actors in a stiff tone, pointing at the playback on the screen. Nicholas, hold back your emotions a little. Exerting too much will only put more pressure on your partner. After that, he said to the actors of the two colleagues, a little trick, try not to look into Nicholas' eyes. I will cover this up through the camera angle. Show the state of rehearsal. The progress of this kind of play is good. Nicolas Cage is in good condition. In addition, even the extras are not rookies. At least Wayne can meet their basic requirements. The purpose of shooting this film is not as simple as Todd Phillips, and the situation he encountered is also different. Before Todd Phillips made this film, the market had been bombarded with superheroes and comic blockbusters for 20 years, so this anti-hero movie would appear so alternative and unique. Facing the social environment in the early 1990s, Wayne had to face a different situation. He has both similarities and differences with Todd Phillips. It is rare to see such anti-hero protagonists now, and it is almost unheard of for the villain to be the main core and make a big explosion. What Wayne has to face is the alternative eyes of the fans, asking them to try to accept this kind of protagonist setting. At present, when comic adapted movies are still rare, the ones who can succeed are all familiar characters. These characters have one common feature, that is, the perfect personality. They simply don't want to be human beings, they are gods. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, which is the mainstream view of commercial films now. This is why the earliest DC comic characters performed better than the Marvel performance in the market. The names of the three Justice Giants are too loud. All the children born and raised in North America have read comics countless times since childhood. There are not many places where Wayne can do things in this film, and he only buried a few hidden lines. However, there is one thing he has been working hard on, that is, combining the comic texture of the film, turning the comic characters into a person, and preparing to pull those gods off the altar in the future. This way of combining comic colors is not as extreme as the later director Zack Snyder. After all, the audience of this film is not only fans. In the 1990s, making a fan-oriented movie could not earn back the huge investment of the film. Halle Berry's scenes were being filmed in front of the elevator. Wayne had not touched these simple scenes. He relied on the assistant director and the actors to perform. He would only come out from the back when he encountered unsatisfactory performances. The camera on the monitor screen followed Halle Berry all the time. This kind girl deeply attracted Arthur until she returned to her room. Cut. This shot is past. Pack up and go back to rest early. Looking at the sky outside the window, it was getting late. Wayne glanced at the time and announced the end of the work. The professional ability of this group of employees in the crew was unquestionable. Even at this time, everyone cooperated very well. Thinking of this, he picked up the loudspeaker again. Don't accept any interviews from reporters. I don't want to repeat it a second time. The people around him were doing the finishing work, as if they didn't hear what he said, but everyone understood what it meant. People who talk too much basically don't have a good end. With so many people in the crew, the news spread very quickly. Karen Wurster was held accountable by Warner Brothers. She would basically become a pauper and face jail time. It was said that this insidious idea was proposed by this young director. People around were quickly packing up their things. Wayne took the coffee handed to him by Halle Berry and drank it slowly. Everyone knew the director's habit. He would be the last person to leave the shooting site. It has always been like this. This is a habit he developed since the shooting of Happy Death Day. Seeing all the work completed and leaving would make him feel particularly at ease. The filming of this film started in early October, and it has been more than 3 weeks. The crew's shooting progress has exceeded its original plan by a lot. Although it encountered various accidents, he has a large number of professional behind-the-scenes staff and top actors this time. Counting the 3 films shot by Wayne, even he himself felt that the speed was incredible. The professional team is so important. This is the first time he has fought such a rich battle. Wayne never thought he was omniscient. The chaotic and orderly work scene on the set not only required coordination and dispatch from him as the director, but also required this group of highly professional practitioners. What are you thinking about? We are the only ones left. Shall we go now? Halle Berry waved her hand in front of him. After removing her makeup and changing her clothes, she turned into that exquisite black pearl again. Wayne turned around again, and after making sure everything was ready, he took the 2 women downstairs. and walked towards the car. Wayne, your crew has started filming again. Does it mean that you have found another supplier for drug use? Director Greenberg, the 2 women around you will also go with you. He walked into the car without raising his head. Under the camera behind him, 2 tabloid reporters began to provoke him crazily. They hoped that Wayne would stop. Whether it was refuting their remarks or cursing angrily, it was a means for them to achieve their goals. Ignore them. Go back to the hotel. After getting in the car, he called Sergey, whose face was red with anger. There was no point in doing so. It would only cause a gossip headline on the news the next day that Director Greenberg instigated his bodyguard to beat someone up. Don't think that there is no hatred of the rich in this free capitalist country. In fact, this kind of thing is more common here. The social class here has already solidified, and the people are most likely to be triggered by such news, to feel a sense of common hatred of the enemy. Oh my god, do they feel annoyed? Holberry turned her head and looked at the persistent paparazzi outside the window. Will this situation continue forever? Won't they feel tired? After saying that, she turned her head and looked at Wayne, hoping to get an answer from him. They will disappear in a few days, Harry. Wayne couldn't stand her look and said, paparazzi and reporters do this for news or for income and US dollars. When this matter is over, they will automatically disappear. If no one responds to a matter, the heat will naturally decrease slowly. As long as there are no new explosive points about this matter, these media reporters will naturally not come to waste their efforts. How about we go have steak? The crew's working meal and the Chinese food you eat almost every day are 2 different tortures. Let's change the taste, honey. Holberry looked at him pitifully, with a pleading look on her delicate face. After looking up at the woman, Wayne looked at the assistant Nina again. Seeing that she nodded imperceptibly, he said, no problem, but you can't leave the hotel. Go directly to the revolving restaurant of the hotel. You go to the location. I'll go back to the room to take a shower and change clothes, and then go over. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued to look at the notebook in his hand and began to write and draw on it. A very sad thing is that Holberry tried hard to please this man, but her status in his eyes never changed. She thought that she could become the second Naomi Watts by working hard, but her status was far worse than that of the assistant Nina. She didn't understand that there would never be another special woman like Naomi Watts by Wayne's side, and her suggestions were definitely not as effective as a nod from his assistant. Wayne always knew who was his own person, and who was a pet for him to play with. Chapter 130, Fight. This time, there were more surprises than accidents. Just as Sergey parked the car and walked into the hotel to protect his boss, he saw the woman who visited him last time in the hotel lobby. The media called his boss his sugar daddy. Not only was Sergey, the security guard and driver, surprised, but the young assistant's face also instantly became interesting. She looked at her boss and then at the woman waiting in the lobby. At this moment, she really felt sad for Holberry beside her. Compared to the shameless Wayne, these strange looks did not change his expression at all, and even the frequency of his walking did not change much. He approached Cameron Diaz directly. Hi, Wayne, I'm on vacation to visit you. Surprised, Cameron Diaz gave Wayne a warm hug, as if she didn't see a group of people waiting to see the show, and ignored Black Pearl who had just been holding his arm. Hi, Cammy. After patting her on the back twice, Wayne let go of the enthusiastic girl, looked at her sweet face and asked, why didn't you call me, so that Sergey could pick you up? Looking at the group of people who walked towards the elevator together, after exchanging a few pleasantries, the 2 heavyweight actors Nicolas Cage and Robert Deloney, as well as the minor roles such as Brandon Lee and Corey all sighed in disappointment. This group of people sitting together was almost uniform. Lee, you are quite familiar with Director Greenberg. Do you think those 2 women will fight? Corey, who played Arthur's colleague, asked Brandon Lee in a low voice, with a blazing fire of gossip flashing in his eyes. The eyes of several people around him instantly surrounded Brandon Lee. Thinking of the director's care for the son of the kung fu superstar, everyone agreed that he was quite familiar with Wayne. Hey, guys, I'm really not familiar with Director Greenberg. Don't look at me like that. I didn't leave, even though you didn't see me. I'm waiting here to watch the show with you guys. Brandon Lee himself wondered why the director took care of him. He was the only one in the crew who was treated like that and could be invited to eat Chinese food in director Greenberg's trailer. Who would believe that? Everyone just thought he didn't want to say more. Who would take care of him for no reason? If it weren't for the attitude of the crew boss towards him, with his current status, he wouldn't be able to play with these main actors. Nicolas Cage used his elbow to poke Robert Deloney, who was disrespectful to the elderly. Why didn't they fight? If the two of them had a fight here, Wayne, the damn ice face, would definitely not be in the mood to glare at me during tomorrow's filming. Hey. It was not until he finished speaking unconsciously that Nicolas Cage realized that there was no sound around him. This time, a group of people looked at him strangely. Nicholas, we all thought you weren't afraid of Wayne. I didn't expect you to be a wimp too. Corey shook his head in a funny way, and then the rest of them nodded together. Knowing that he seemed to have lost face in front of everyone, Nicolas Cage looked around at them, patted Robert Deloney, and then said, "When I made a mistake." His eyes looked at me, as if there was no temperature, which made people tremble when they looked at each other. Damn it, at least I made fewer mistakes, and Lee helped me with difficult moves. Except for Robert, who among you hasn't suffered his cold stare? Although Robert Deloney was a little disrespectful to his elders, he understood that it was not that director Greenberg didn't have strict requirements on him. This was a person who didn't recognize his relatives when working. This young director just wouldn't give him advice in front of everyone, and respected him as a Hollywood old actor more. No more excitement or Nicholas room. Robert Deloney took the initiative to change the subject and asked the people around him. After seeing that they all nodded, he called a few people to walk towards the elevator together. Nicholas, do you still have a bar there? Do you want to go out and buy some? With Corey holding his thin shoulders, Nicolas Cage waved his hand nonchalantly. There are a lot. I asked Susan to buy them today. Those damn paparazzi reporters, I don't know when they will disappear. Even if I go out for a few drinks, I can only stay in the room. It will probably last for a few days. After entering the elevator, Robert Deloney saw that there were only a few of them, so he lowered his voice carefully. I heard that Karen's matter is not that simple, otherwise director Greenberg and John would not kick him again. The reporters and the media acted so quickly that it is obviously not right. At this time, in the presidential suite on the upper floor of the hotel, the atmosphere was equally weird. There was a sound of water splashing in the bathroom. Wayne was taking a shower inside. He had been busy indoors for a day. If he didn't take a hot shower, he might not even have the energy to eat. He is also a flesh and blood person. Although he is quite energetic, he still feels mentally exhausted after a day of work. He just won't show this side in front of everyone. Halle Berry, who was supposed to go to the hotel restaurant to make a reservation, has not left since she followed into the room. She sat on the sofa holding Nina's fashion magazine and glanced at Cameron Diaz from time to time. A good dinner was ruined by this bitch. She squeezed the magazine until it squeaked and used all the black slang in her heart to greet the woman who suddenly appeared. On the single sofa by the window, Nina said nothing. Looking at the magazine in Halle Berry's hand, she felt for her fingers, which were sore from squeezing. The passionate Cameron Diaz didn't have so many ideas. She had a very clear positioning for herself. She liked Wayne Greenberg's upper class lifestyle and his generous money to her. The most important thing was that he was young and handsome enough. The last point was very important. In Hollywood, where old men were everywhere, men as young, strong, generous and rich as Wayne were really rare. She didn't care who Wayne had a relationship with. This man definitely didn't have a formal girlfriend, so she could fool around with him without worrying about it, and he wouldn't treat her badly. It seems that this place is not far from 5th Avenue. I don't know if Cartier has any new products. In comparison, Wayne must like girls like Cameron Diaz. She is passionate and unrestrained, and she has a lot of fun. She gives him unparalleled enjoyment, and she is easy to deal with. Just 2 bags or a set of clothes can make her satisfied. Wearing only a large bathrobe, Wayne opened the door and walked out. He sat on the sofa, picked up a bottle of water, and drank 2 sips. Harry, didn't you go to the restaurant to make a reservation? Don't you want to eat tomahawk steak? Looking at the tangled face of Black Pearl, Wayne ignored her expression. The matter between him and Halle Berry was all a transaction. Wayne gave her what she wanted, but this black pearl obviously thought too much. My agent Julian has booked it for me. Let's go now? Hallberry said, and looked at Cameron Diaz provocatively. Seeing that the other party had no intention of responding at all, she felt a wave of greetings in her heart. Wait for me to change into loose clothes. As soon as Wayne finished speaking, the assistant stood up quickly, ran to his room, dragged out a suitcase, and pushed it directly into the master bedroom. Nina deeply understood that her boss was like a robot at work. Many of his personal belongings were managed by Nina. He usually only wore suits, and some loose clothes were put in a box by Nina and herself. This is why Wayne said that he couldn't leave Nina. In addition to work, his food, clothing, housing and transportation were all taken care of by the assistant. Even cigarettes, lighters, chewing gum, favorite water, and even his personal phone were managed by Nina. Cammy, do you want to change clothes? Wayne asked before entering the door. Cameron Diaz replied lazily, lying on the sofa. Is it a formal occasion? If not, forget it. I finally got a rest. Don't bother me anymore, otherwise I would rather not have dinner. Whatever. Wayne shrugged and closed the door of the master bedroom. Nina knocked on the door of another bedroom and the living room. When no one responded, she turned the door open. Big Bear, we are going to eat. Do you want to come with us? Sergey was playing games with headphones on. When he saw the door open, he took off his headset and put down the controller. He asked seriously, will the boss leave the hotel? No, the revolving restaurant. Sergey waved his long arms and put on his headphones. If you leave the hotel, call me. Bring me back a portion of pasta and 2 sausages. Nina knew it would be like this. This was just a greeting. If she didn't tell him before leaving, the Russian bear would probably tear down the hotel if he couldn't find the boss. Chapter 131. Take off your shoes and beat them hard. After the assistant closed the door, Wayne also walked out neatly, letting the 2 women go ahead. He winked at Nina in confusion and said softly, nothing happened to these 2 women outside just now, did they? Oh my god, boss. Nina looked at the 2 women walking side by side in front of her without saying a word. I thought you didn't care at all. The current state is the same as just now, but Harry's mentality seems to be wrong. After listening and nodding, Wayne muttered softly, this stupid woman obviously wants to get more. Nina, as a woman, is there any way to prevent them from quarreling later? The assistant rolled her eyes directly, with a tone full of accusations. Boss, am I still a normal woman? In addition to taking care of your life every day, I have to contact your lawyer to discuss legal issues and contact your accountant to discuss investment issues. Do you think I have time to fall in love? I haven't been back to my apartment for a long time. Well, this can be regarded as Wayne's own fault. As a hands-off boss, after confirming that this girl is capable and trustworthy, he simply threw all the work to her. Aren't you a top student in the Department of Finance? Doing these is your original skill. There was a little guilt in Wayne's tone. He didn't expect that he had thrown so much work to his assistant. Seriously, you have to make sure they don't quarrel in public later. 5th Avenue, go and swipe my card. Originally, Nina vented her anger and was ready to let this matter go. It was just to divert the topic of the 2 women. Cameron Diaz didn't care about anything and would definitely not quarrel in public. But when she heard the boss talking about the black card, she was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes again, because Cameron Diaz was here, and it must be that she took the card to take her to spend money, and Wayne didn't have the time and patience. Boss, as a woman, I'll give you a suggestion. If they really quarrel in the restaurant and make you a joke. Nina deliberately lowered her voice until Wayne showed a serious expression and slowly put his ear close to her, and then she said, then you tie them up together, take off your shoes, and beat them up. After saying that, she took a few quick steps to catch up with the 2 women in front, showing a smug smile. But the assistant didn't expect that Wayne's mind was different when he was working. At this time, he walked slowly, looked at the 2 women, slowly raised his hand to touch his stubble and muttered softly, that's a good idea. Maybe even if they are not quarreling, we can give them a warning this way. The restaurant at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel is very good. The food here has a good reputation. If you book a table early enough, you can get a seat by the window. You can enjoy the food while watching the night view of Manhattan. Black Pearl's agent Julian was obviously attentive and specially booked a seat near the window for them. The view here is very charming, but her clients obviously have no interest in watching the night view. Since the few people sat down, Hallberry has been silent until the waiter came to ask what wine to open. Then he asked Wayne's opinion and asked for a bottle of Canadian ice wine. The view from their table may be better than the night view. Many crew members are having dinner here. Their eyes are swirling back and forth between the two beauties, and then they will secretly look at their boss. The men's eyes revealed envy. They could arrange these two beautiful women with different styles to eat dinner at the same table. Moreover, both women knew each other's relationship with Wayne, but they didn't fight. This made all men jealous. For these middle-level crew members, this was the embodiment of Wayne's power in Hollywood and the embodiment of his money charm. If he couldn't play with female stars, what kind of money and power was he in this circle? The eyes around made Hallberry even want to get up and leave, but she was unwilling to let this woman succeed easily. Wouldn't that be tantamount to admitting that she was not as good as this BXXXH? So she rolled her eyes slightly and said, "Is the filming of Miss Diaz finished now? This must be a big production, right?" Wayne, who was cutting steak, seemed not to hear it and did not stop swinging the knife. Cameron Diaz also did not look up, focusing on the vegetable salad in front of her. "It's okay. The filming of the film is temporarily over. I may have to do dubbing in a while." She picked up a few pieces of vegetables with a fork and swallowed them in big mouthfuls. "So I'm unemployed again, but the investment is definitely not as high as your film. Our project is a comedy. Don't underestimate this film, Cammy." Wayne couldn't help but sigh before Black Pearl finished speaking. The ability of Chuck Russell, this director, is definitely above the standard, even if he doesn't have the right to participate in the later stage. The three women present knew him very well. You know, the most arrogant director is himself, but he just disguised it with his usual kindness. A director who can make Wayne feel above the standard must have something extraordinary. Cameron Diaz widened his eyes and put down the fork in his hand. "You mean, we have a great chance of success?" "That's right." He ate beef with big mouthfuls. "The steak here is indeed cooked to his taste. We have Jim Carrey, the male lead, who is very popular with the audience, and his talent will make him a big hit. This actor is very malleable. You may not know that I once planned to invite him to audition for the Joker. Unfortunately, the crew of The Mask got there first." Coupled with Chuck Russell's control over the quality of the film, and you, the female lead who is so sweet when you are on camera, this film is likely to explode at the box office. Huh. He ate and talked in one breath. Wayne took a big sip of the lemonade, then leaned back in his chair with satisfaction, picked up the ice wine, and looked out the window. This is a director who has been successful in Hollywood. His words gave Cameron Diaz great confidence. His successful experience ensured his vision. The words of successful people are always more credible than ordinary people. Hallberry looked at the girl with a complicated look and couldn't help but sigh that she was really lucky. He had gone through so much trouble to get something, but she seemed to get it casually. "Nina, go pay the bill. Let's go back." After drinking the Canadian ice wine in the glass in one gulp, seeing that they had finished eating, Wayne stood up and prepared to go back to rest. Only a fool would be treated like a monkey here with a beautiful woman like Cameron Diaz. After entering the elevator, just when Hallberry put her hand on the button for her floor, Wayne suddenly remembered the assistant's idea, and he directly pressed the action of Black Pearl. "Don't rush back, I have something to talk to you about." At this moment, the eyes of the three women all looked at the big hand that grabbed Hallberry. The assistant shrank her neck and prepared to go back to her room. No matter what happened, she would not come out before dawn. The other two women also obviously thought of something. The two people's reactions were completely different. Black Pearl shuddered involuntarily, thinking of the domination of this man over her, and habitually did not dare to say anything. "This is a tyrant, I'm absolutely right," she roared silently in her heart. The other woman was much more straightforward than her. Her eyes revealed an excited light of eagerness to try. She looked at Black Pearl, and then at Wayne, and the corners of her mouth slowly raised. After the door of the suite was opened, the assistant rushed into her room without even raising her head. The other two women did not speak and naturally followed Wayne back to the master bedroom. "I'm going to take a shower first." Before Wayne could say anything, Black Pearl ran into the bathroom. After a few seconds, she seemed to remember something, ran out and lay on his shoulder, whispering, "As long as you like it, there's nothing I can't do." Her delicate face was full of emotions, and it didn't look like she was acting, no matter how you looked at it. At this moment, Wayne really felt that this woman was not Oscar-winning actress. She must have seen a ghost. He stretched out his hand and gently lifted her cheeks, lowered his head, and prepared to lean towards her face. Wayne never refused these people. He was a director. No matter how good the actors were at acting, they had to listen to his arrangements as a director. "Wait, I want to take a shower first." Without paying attention to Black Pearl's request, Wayne had already felt that another woman was coming over. Just as the young assistant thought, she would not leave the room before dawn, and Sergei, who was separated by a wall, was snoring loudly. Chapter 130. To leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Before the sunshine of the Big Apple City shone into the room, Wayne was awakened by his biological clock. Glancing at the two women entangled with him, he thought of the madness of last night. Reaching out his hand to touch the watch on the bedside and finding that it was still early, Wayne forcefully separated the two people on him, ignoring the mumbling in their mouths, got up and walked into the bathroom, ready to take a shower and go to the crew to start work early. The steaming warm water rushed down from the shower head, just like washing away the pain of struggling for half a night. Wayne hammered his lower back and shook his head. This kind of indulgent life can't always happen. Otherwise, no matter how strong the body is, it can't withstand two man-eating tigers. What? When he turned off the water and was about to wipe his body with a bath towel, he turned around and saw a row of deep teeth marks on his chest in the mirror. He stretched out his hand and rubbed it hard, but seeing that there was no effect, Wayne shook his head. It would hurt a little bit when he touched it. I don't know which woman couldn't stand the bite last night. It is estimated that it will keep rubbing after putting on the shirt. Don't expect your chest to feel comfortable this day, damn it. Good morning, honey. Holberry grabbed her hair with one hand, walked in naked and dazed, stood under the shower, and turned on the water. She was probably woken up by Wayne getting up, so she got up and went to the crew with him. Harry. Pointing to a row of small teeth marks on his chest, Wayne tilted his head and looked at her. Did you do this? Don't deny it. Only a wild little wildcat like you would dare to do that. No, how could it be? That girl is much wilder than me, honey. Ignoring her explanation, Wayne grinned and thought of the two different colors he had placed side by side on the bed last night. Wow, it was so exciting. Black Pearl looked at the changes in his body and immediately woke up with wide eyes. Hey, what the hell did you think of? Go out after you wash up. I'll go to the crew with you later. There's still time. Kneel down, Harry. I can give you breakfast before you go out. At 7:30 in the morning, Wayne sat at the dining table with the three women. Sergei stood alone in front of the window, swallowing the sandwich in his hand with big mouthfuls, staring at Nina with a melancholy look. She forgot to bring dinner for the Russian bear last night. When he was too hungry to bear it, it was not suitable to go out to find food. Cameron Diaz yawned and picked up the milk, but Holberry looked listless. Only Wayne looked refreshed here, swallowing scrambled eggs in big mouthfuls. Nina, you don't have to follow me today. Wayne was in a particularly good mood and became particularly generous. My card is with you. Why don't you go shopping with Camille? It's the same rule, don't you understand? Hearing the boss words, Nina instantly had no other thoughts, and regardless of Holberry's puzzled look, she said loudly, understood. Two people, $200,000. Before leaving, Cameron Diaz took the initiative to come over and hug him, and Wayne gave him two more instructions. You can go shopping, but you must listen to all of Nina's arrangements, and don't accept any interviews from reporters. After saying that, he turned around and walked into the elevator with Black Pearl. Sergei was a diligent and good young man. He had already gone downstairs to prepare the car in advance, but Black Pearl in the elevator looked at him silently. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke before the elevator door opened. Can I? Sure, you can go shopping this weekend. I'll talk to Nina, and it's also $100,000. Before she finished speaking, Wayne waved his hand to interrupt her. When the assistant just said the spending figures, Wayne clearly saw the envy in her eyes. Most importantly, the girl worked very hard last night and this morning. Wayne's principle is that, if you can buy happiness with money, don't be stingy, so that the other person can also get happiness. The progress of the indoor scenes is quite smooth, and the streets of Brooklyn can basically be filmed after a simple arrangement. It was early November. Just after Cameron Diaz left New York, Wayne also led the crew back to the street studio. The filming of this film in the Big Apple City made him feel like he was cursed. He planned to shoot these outdoor scenes in the shortest time and leave New York to return to Los Angeles for production. He was used to the bright sunshine in California all year round. During this period, he always felt a little at a loss in the cold air in New York in the morning and evening. The crew convoy rushed into the arranged street studio in such a misty morning. Zach, pay attention to the positioning of those actors. Let's speed up and finish the shooting as soon as possible and leave this damn place as soon as possible. Wayne yelled to the assistant director with a megaphone. The studio seemed chaotic early in the morning, like a vegetable market. Many extras gathered on both sides of the street. These extras hired temporarily in New York had no concept of crew discipline. They gathered in small groups before filming. Nicholas, this will be a long shot. Pulling the male lead aside, Wayne patiently began to tell him his requirements. Pay attention to the angle of leaning against the car window and your facial expression. This ending scene is very important. Zach is organizing the positions of the extras. Let's try to get it through in one take. This is a scene where Arthur is locked in a car and passes through the crowd after being arrested. The Joker just shot and killed someone on live TV. At this moment, he has transformed from a kind Arthur to the Joker. Nicolas Cage, with makeup on his face, suddenly put on a smile that is unique to Arthur. I have practiced many times in the hotel. Leave it to me. A few days ago, the director emphasized these scenes to him and asked him to practice in advance just to deal with this scene. This messy set is always testing the ability of the actors. Relax, we'll start right away. Show your practice state. It's easy for you. Patting his shoulder, Wayne turned around and walked back to the director's monitor. Regardless of the various sounds coming from his ears, he opened the shooting plan and began to plan the camera positions. Quiet. Zack Snyder coordinated everyone and shouted through the loudspeaker. Everyone pay attention. The shooting will start soon, and everyone will move according to the previous practice. After saying that, he turned back to look at the director's direction. Wayne stared at the monitor. The camera on the screen had been set up outside the car, tightly capturing Nicolas Cage's face leaning against the car window. After feeling that everything was fine, he stretched out his arm and waved. Let's start. Joker, 132, Act 1, start. On both sides of the road were the crazy crowds of Gotham City, and Arthur watched these in the car. During the entire shooting of these scenes, Wayne used shooting techniques that Hollywood used to overuse more than a decade later, such as medium and close-up shots. Mixed upward angles create a sense of nervous anticipation. For example, if a camera follows the wheels of a car, and a few seconds are cut in later, the excitement brought by speed can be created. With the cooperation of several cameras at different angles, the picture becomes closer to the effect he wants. In shooting this film, Wayne must do everything he can to increase the appeal of the story to the audience. What he shows them must be something new, otherwise he will not be able to have a piece of cake in this era, dominated by action movies. How is the effect? After the long shot was finished, Nicolas Cage and Zack Snyder trotted over together to watch the playback of the previous segment. Wayne kept folding his hands and staring at the screen. After playing it back again, they nodded gently. This one is past. Let Brandon Lee prepare for the car crash scene. This made the male lead and the assistant director feel relieved. You know, there are too many extras on the scene, and organizing a reset shooting may take more than an hour. Safety is very important, Zack. You must take all measures. Hearing the director's instructions, Zack Snyder nodded and walked towards Brandon Lee, who got into the car. If everything goes well, the crew's work here will be finished soon. No one wants any safety accidents to happen now. The next scene requires the protagonist's car to be hit, and Arthur will be rescued by the crazy crowd. Boom. Click. As the car crashed, Wayne glanced at the camera and saw nothing wrong. He immediately picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Pull the people out quickly and see if the stuntman is injured." "The people are fine, director." After the crowd dispersed, the 3 stuntmen came out and nodded to Wayne. "Okay, continue with the next shot, Zach. Pay attention to the personnel connection." Chapter 133, The Evil Death of Father and Son. The filming is still going on. In the shot, Nicolas Cage is performing on a car, and the crazy crowd around him is cheering for him. This is the end of the film. Cut. This shot is past. Take a 10-minute break, and then reshoot scattered shots. After looking at the effect expressionlessly, Wayne called Zack Snyder directly. "You will be responsible for shooting the scattered shots later. Be sure to pay attention to the safety of the staff." Although he felt that the director was too cautious, Zack Snyder glanced at Brandon Lee, who was following Wayne, nodded and agreed, and went to discuss the camera position with the photography team. Since the filming of the car crash scene, Brandon Lee was called to the director's side, but he didn't say anything and didn't let him leave. He just followed the director for almost a day. This not only made him feel puzzled, but also many employees were puzzled. They didn't know what mistakes this diligent stuntman made, that he was stared at by the ice-faced director for a whole day, and he was not allowed to leave even for meals. Wayne looked at Brandon Lee, who was following him again. His face was expressionless. In fact, he was afraid of the car crash scene. The time travel had already happened, and he couldn't help but believe in some mysterious events. He was most afraid that some things were destined and could not be avoided. If there was an accident with the crew again, the filming of this movie would simply stop, and the crew would be disbanded. Wayne felt that, after coming to New York, the crew was like a curse. If there were casualties during the filming, no one could say how serious the consequences would be. "Lee, the scenes here will be over in 1 or 2 days at most." After thinking about it, Wayne decided to be superstitious. Otherwise, if something really went wrong, he would have changed his fate in vain, and the crew could not afford any more accidents. "Your job for the next 2 days is to follow me. You don't have to go back to the stunt team. You go wherever I go. Do you understand?" Brandon Lee suddenly froze for a moment before he realized that the director was talking to him. He wanted to ask why, but when he looked up at this icy face, he gave up the idea and nodded in agreement. "Okay, Director Greenberg." He knew it after he said it. Now others would speculate more about their relationship. This was no longer a simple care. Was he a temporary follower? This face, which did not show any Chinese ancestry at all, had been hanging around Wayne for a day, which made him feel dazed more than once. If he had not been pulled into the crew by himself, he would have signed a contract with the movie called The Crow. In April 1993, that is, the next year, not long after the filming of the movie started, at 12:30 in the evening, when Bruce Lee was filming the scene of being shot in The Crow, he did not expect that a real bullet was shot in the gun. Bruce Lee, who was accurately shot, died because of ineffective treatment. After he was shot on the set of The Crow, the federal police investigated Michael Massey, who played opposite him. After a strict investigation, he did not have any criminal motive. There are many different opinions about this matter in later generations, and there is basically no conclusion. The key is that the death of these 2 fathers and sons is too weird, and no one can give an accurate answer to this day. Don't talk about conspiracy theories. Wayne believes that this is possible, but he believes more that he should try his best to avoid such weird things from happening in front of his eyes. Not long after Brandon Lee's death, the crew of The Crow continued to shoot. Most of the remaining shots were shot by the director and producer using face-changing and CG special effects, and finding a stunt double actor. This kind of film shooting method is not difficult at all in the eyes of Hollywood insiders, but the use of too many medium and long shots makes the movie, which has already lost the protagonist, feel a lot of weirdness. This is a typical Hollywood approach. Since the person is dead, the last bit of his value must be squeezed out. Exploiting the dead is absolutely a normal means of publicity. Wayne, the production manager, reached out and pushed him, and when he saw him come out of his trance, he pointed to the studio. "Zach asked you if you want to dismiss these extras now, as it's almost over." He took a deep breath, waved his hand and said, "Call it a day, let them go." The busy set boomed, and people began to leave in groups from both sides of the street. This is the disadvantage of not being in Los Angeles. The problem of extras has always been difficult to solve, and there are too many amateurs among these people. Nicolas Cage was wearing a red costume and a Snow White clown make-up on his face. He ignored the two make-up artists following him, and walked directly to Wayne. "Oh my gee. Wayne, when are we going back to Los Angeles? It's all work here. Damn it, even when I go to the bar, there are paparazzi following me. I'm almost going crazy because of them." In fact, the situation has improved a lot in the past 2 days. The paparazzi who had been speculating at the door of the hotel before have almost left after the news heat has died down. Only 2 or 3 scattered cats and kittens are left, and they have turned to underground operations and started to play the game of tracking and secretly taking pictures. Not only did they follow and secretly film, but they also provoked the crew members after being discovered, hoping to cause more conflicts. One day, just one day, Nicola, not only was he, the male lead, tired of this place, but even Wayne himself had always felt bad about it. Tomorrow there are some scattered shots for editing, maybe half a day can be completed, if we are fast. He flipped through his shooting plan book, most of which had been ticked. Putting aside the various problems that occurred this time, the shooting progress was definitely fast. As of now, the progress of the shooting has exceeded the original plan by more than a week, which is definitely unimaginable for those who use small tricks. Well, I can finally end this damn prison style shooting. When I return to Los Angeles, I must. Nicolas Cage became very excited when he heard him give the exact time. Before he could continue to express his feelings, he was pushed into the make-up trailer by his agent Susan. "Susan, take care of your client. I don't want him to have any more problems before the film is released." After pushing Nicolas Cage into the trailer to remove his make-up, Susan came back and saw the director's livid face. She felt a headache for a client who would speak without thinking when excited. She had to smile and make a promise. "Director Greenberg, don't worry, I will definitely keep an eye on him and will never let him cause trouble for the crew again." He nodded to show that he understood. When everyone got into the car, Wayne turned around and returned to the car. "If nothing unexpected happens, the crew will leave here after tomorrow. No matter how much criticism Wayne received during this trip to New York, it will be reduced with the departure of the crew." In just over a month, Wayne, a genius director in the media's mouth, has become a dark-minded drug addict, an alternative director who will not shoot a movie without taking contraband. In the past, there was always very little public opinion attacking him, and he was full of praise everywhere. Not to mention that Wayne never took those flattery to heart before. Even now these criticisms can't break his psychological defense. Even if those gossip tabloids continue to hype his corrupt private life, dark heart to perversion, and taking contraband, Wayne's mental quality is strong enough. People's words are indeed scary, but they can't hurt him with people's words. He now has only one goal, to produce the film as soon as possible with quality and quantity. Actions are always more powerful than words to defend. Early the next morning, the crew came to this street again in the cold morning fog. Everyone knew that they had to leave this damn place, and they were full of motivation for work. These short shots of a few seconds or even 1 or 2 seconds are very messy and tedious. Fortunately, there is the enthusiastic Zack Snyder. Under Wayne's silent observation, he started shooting one by one in the morning, like unraveling a thread. This shooting method is very likely to cause irritation to the actors and staff, especially the actors. Basically, they finally get into the state, but the scene changes within a few seconds. One more time. "Corey, your performance is like a pile of shit. Are you an amateur actor?" Zack Snyder walked back and forth angrily. At this moment, his emotions almost overwhelmed his mind. He had long forgotten the director behind him. After a morning of accumulation, the irritability has seriously affected everyone. Zack's outburst made everyone even more upset. "Corey Hill, this is just one shot. After shooting, we will leave this damn place and put away your shitty performance. Your performance is not as good as that damn pistol. If I were you, I would pick up that damn." Hey, Zack. Wayne had been sitting behind the monitor and didn't want to interfere with these issues, but Zack Snyder, the future powder keg on the set, obviously formed a style since his debut, and he would explode at any time. Calm down, give them some time. He patted the assistant director on the shoulder, turned around and said to the people around him, take a break and continue after lunch. We are not in a hurry. To appease the already ignited Zack Snyder, Wayne simply announced a break. He understood everyone's eagerness, and it was too immature for the director to take the lead in igniting this emotion. Every director has his own style, just like Wayne never easily reveals his emotions on the set, and his face is always expressionless, but the staff will feel particularly relieved when they see his face, because they know that the boss has always been calm and sober. Zack Snyder may have another style in the future. After all, powder keg directors are a common phenomenon. Even James Cameron is a tyrant on the set, but now Zack is angry, and it is obvious that he can't suppress them, and he will only take the lead in causing emotional fluctuations. Chapter 134 Hollywood Eyes. Zack, you have to be patient. After pulling him to his trailer, Wayne and him ate while talking about the problem that had just happened. Getting angry doesn't solve any problems. It will only bring more emotional fluctuations to everyone. You can't take the lead in exploding when everyone is anxious. Who knows, this young director will work with him many times and follow him for many years. Wayne began to instill his own ideas in him. As the controller of a crew, the most important thing is to have a clear and calm mind. If even the director himself is swayed by emotions, the huge crew will definitely not be efficient. I understand, Wayne. Zack Snyder swallowed a wonton and his face turned pale instantly. He wanted to spit it out but there was no place, so he swallowed it directly. My problem. I will apologize to everyone after work starts this afternoon. Zach, it is undeniable that you are a genius in this field. I have seen every piece of footage you shot this morning. Your shooting technique is very consistent with my philosophy, but you have to control your temper and keep a clear mind at all times. Wayne ate wonton noodles by himself, not caring whether others were used to it or not. He burped comfortably after finishing a big bowl. Also, don't be impatient. After returning to Los Angeles, I will give you the opportunity to host the shooting, provided that you ensure that you will not explode again. In fact, Wayne was also very angry when there were low-level mistakes during the shooting. He is also a normal person who will be infected by negative emotions, but every time he thinks of the tens of millions of dollars of investment on his shoulders, he will force himself to calm down. Over time, these will become habits. Wayne did not let Zack direct the afternoon scenes. After calling the two actors over, he pointed to the screen and asked them to watch the morning playback. Corey Hill, watch your performance carefully. I won't say the same thing twice. If you can't meet the requirements, I will keep asking you to repeat until this shot meets my standards. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. Seeing them nod in agreement, Wayne pointed to the center of the shot. You can start at any time. When you are ready, signal the script supervisor. Things went very smoothly. After everyone calmed down, they finished this scene directly after their third performance. Everyone looked at the director behind the monitor. Picking up the megaphone, Wayne stood on the director's chair. Why are you looking at me? Guys, pack up your things. Let's get out of this damn New York. Also, everyone will have 2 days off after returning. After 2 days, we will gather directly at Warner Studios and let us finish the rest of the work together. As soon as the voice fell, a group of people clapped their hands and whistled at him. The trip to New York ended with a bump. Wayne and a small part of the crew got on the plane. Most of the behind-the-scenes workers had to drive the trailer team back, just like they came. This was the first time that Wayne led such a large crew, and the first time that he left Los Angeles for filming. Although the process was full of various accidents and made him a psychopath in the eyes of the media, the result at least met his requirements. Before the bright sun in Los Angeles set, the group finally returned to the manor in Beverly Hills. After arriving home, whether it was Wayne, Nina or Sergey, they all went back to their rooms and lay down to sleep weakly. The tense nerves could only be relaxed when they returned to their own territory. When Wayne opened his eyes again, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning of the next day. This sleep made him feel alive again. After taking a shower, he yawned and went downstairs to the living room. "Hi, Jimmy." He took the milk handed to him by Hella and leaned on the sofa to greet his agent. "How have you been during this period? You know, it's not very pleasant." Jimmy shrugged. "I was ready to go there when you arrived in New York. Before I left, I worked with Warner's PR department to deal with your troubles. When your filming was on track, another trouble appeared. Damn it, why do troubles follow you wherever you go? There are still some boring media that are hyping up gossip about you, such as the story that you have to tell with Cameron Diaz, the mental illness and contraband of the genius director, etc." He slapped his forehead and his face was tangled. "All these stories about you have been made up by tabloids and even have a fixed audience." Jimmy felt helpless when talking about these. Wayne filmed in New York for more than a month, and he also ran around in Los Angeles and Warner's PR department for more than a month, just like a firefighter. Some media that reported the hype basically stopped when they went to them, but there were still some tabloids that survived on hype and did not accept Jimmy's PR at all. "Okay, dear agent, I know you are very hardworking, relax." After drinking the milk in the cup in one gulp, Wayne handed the cup to Hella and pointed in the direction of the restaurant. It was not until the butler left the living room and they were left alone that he continued. "How is the matter I asked you to investigate going? It is impossible that they did not leave any clues." Speaking of this matter, it was the main focus of Jimmy's work during this period, and it was the reason why he stayed in Los Angeles. Wayne was never a tolerant and generous person. If some problems were not clarified, he might not even sleep well. Letting go of the briefcase he had been holding in his arms, Jimmy handed it directly to his client. Seeing him open the bag and take out the documents inside, he looked around and explained in a low voice, "Wayne, you are partially right about some of the questions." Jimmy pointed to the top sheet of paper, which had some secretly taken photos on it. "I followed the method you gave me and found Anthony Pellicano, the Hollywood Eye, and gave him $300,000. It only took him a week to find out all this." Speaking of this, he really couldn't understand Wayne. Considering his client's family conditions and the time he had entered Hollywood, it was impossible for him to know this notorious person, but he gave him his contact information. Anthony Pellicano is a private detective. His most famous and notorious title is probably the Eye of Hollywood. People may not be familiar with him, but if you talk about what he has done, many people will be surprised. He is one of the lawyers for Michael Jackson. His life motto is, "Everyone has a weak spot," which is the scandal hidden in the dark, and the best way to settle a scandal is to dig up another scandal. This man became famous in 1977. With his precise intelligence investigation and analysis, he was favored by major Hollywood agencies and stars. Michael Jackson, Wayne's neighbor Tom Cruise, Elizabeth Taylor, John Travolta and other big stars have all hired him more or less. If there is a scandal, ask Pellicano to settle it. Am I right, Jimmy? This slogan that has been circulated on the internet and later generations can show one or two of this man's abilities. Go on, talk about Pellicano's analysis. After all, he is a professional. Well, I don't know if our investigation behind Warner's back will cause them to be disgusted. Jimmy was a little worried about the attitude of Warner Brothers, but he put his worries aside and continued. Anthony Pellicano found out that, as soon as you arrived in New York, someone wanted to make trouble for you, but I don't know why they suddenly stopped. Otherwise you might have lost the male lead directly. The subsequent methods used by the other party were very rough. They just let certain media keep an eye on you and immediately caused controversy after you made a mistake. The purpose was to obstruct the normal work of the crew. As for Mr. Karen Worster, there was an extra amount in his ex-wife's account. Looking at the investigation materials in his hand, this is basically the same as Wayne thought. Everything is just for profit, and there is no personal grudge involved. Don't worry about Karen Worster. Even if he can get out of prison safely, he will be a pauper for the rest of his life. Tell me why he suspects Columbia is the mastermind behind this. Are there any other people involved? After seeing Anthony Pellicano's analysis on the printed paper, Wayne also vaguely felt that this was the case. But if it was really Columbia who did it, why is there so much noise, but little action now? Columbia Pictures has been in pain since it was acquired by Sony Empire under Akio Morita in 1989. Although it still produces new projects every year, its performance is behind several giants, and even the now precarious Paramount cannot compare. This giant company was basically ruined by North American managers. The executives who came from the book were replaced one by one, but no one could save the company from a life-threatening situation. Later, when the performance declined, Spider-Man was used to save the company. According to the Hollywood Eye, your project's release date is clashing with Columbia's cliffhanger, and in the third week, their company's Sniper is scheduled to be released. These are two projects with huge investments. Since they can make a novice, like you, suffer a loss without much effort, and Warner Brothers can't say anything, why don't they give it a try? This may be the general situation. There must be other hidden secrets, but they are all minor problems. I don't know what the executives of Sony and Columbia are doing. They actually put two of their own films in the beginning of the summer season, with a gap of 3 weeks in between. Are the Japanese and Americans so amateur? Another thing that made Wayne laugh and cry was that what he thought was a big problem turned out to be just a casual move by others. Maybe in their eyes, it was not excessive at all, but just a normal means of competition. This really proved what Jeff Robinhold said. He was not in a hurry for such a small matter. Chapter 135 Finale. In fact, in Wayne's opinion, the other party thought too highly of him. Is Sylvester Stallone's clutch point afraid of competition? This is a blockbuster led by an action superstar, and a movie in the line of fire led by The Old Cowboy, which was staggered for 3 weeks, has almost no risk of box office losses with Clint Eastwood as the base. The Old Cowboy is still very appealing in this era. Thinking of this, Wayne shook his head with some pride. Since people compared him with these two big names, he didn't know whether he should be happy or honored. Anything else? Jimmy. Who is this secretly taken photo? Do I know her? He turned the top photo over and pointed it to his agent. Wayne was sure that he definitely didn't know the woman in the photo. Of course. He took the photo handed over by the client. This woman is one of Mel Gibson's managerial agents, so he is also involved in this matter. However, Anthony Pellicano analyzed that he just used some personal connections to participate in the hype. Also, the Hollywood Eye said that all of the above is personal analysis, and there is no real feasible evidence at all. There will be some deviations, but the source is Sony Columbia. Honey, I called Hella, and she said you are back. As Jimmy was talking, Naomi Watts came in with a delicate dress and hugged him from behind the sofa. Hi, Naomi. Seeing that the matter was almost said, the agent did not continue. After greeting the girl who came in, he picked up the documents on the table that Wayne had found. You guys chat, I have other things to do in my company. After saying that, he stood up, nodded to Wayne and walked out. After a while, he heard the sound of a car starting. After turning around the sofa, Naomi Watts sat on his lap and said a little embarrassedly, "Did I interrupt your business?" We've finished talking, Naomi. Waves of fragrance came, and he remembered that Naomi Watts didn't use this perfume before. Did you change your perfume? It was like a secret waiting to be discovered. Naomi Watts stood up gracefully and turned around in front of the sofa, showing her figure. It was not until now that Wayne noticed what she meant. It turned out that this woman was wearing a new Dyer dress. It seemed that her new perfume was also from this brand. Look at this. She took out a magazine from her handbag. Wayne had never heard of this fashion magazine, and he didn't care about these things in the fashion circle. But the cover of the magazine was Naomi Watts. The big photo on the cover was her in this dress. The difference from now was that her golden hair was tied behind her head, highlighting her slender and elegant neck, and her figure was very curvy, which made her look extremely sexy. How was the shoot? Dyer invited me to be the North American spokesperson for J'adore perfume. Although I'm not the general agent, this is already a treatment beyond my status. After saying that, she returned to the sofa, leaned against Wayne, and flipped through the magazine in his hand, pointing out the shooting style of the photos in it, and chatting about the interesting things during the shoot. Just like Naomi Watts herself said, her status should not be able to receive such a level of endorsement. Dyer's market investment department should be very optimistic about her prospects. Among Hollywood actresses in their early 20s, her development speed is the fastest. After Naomi Watts' excitement passed, Wayne talked to her about the shooting problem. How is the shooting progress of Mrs. Doubtfire? In which month will 20th Century Fox release it? This box office bomb that will be released in 1993. He can't help but care about it. Chris Columbus's ability to shoot family movies is definitely inconsistent with his status in Hollywood. This director who shoots for young people always creates box office disasters quietly. The progress is very slow. Robin Williams and Pierce Brosnan don't get along with director Columbus, so the filming has been a bit bumpy. Naomi Watts didn't hide these things from him. Anyway, it seems that the release date of this film is far away. One hand wandered over the blonde beauty, and he was still thinking about the threat of this film in his mind. Is that so? It seems that they can't catch up with the summer season at least. This box office bomb withdrew from the summer season, which was the luck of all production companies and films, except 20th Century Fox. No one knows the power of this family movie better than Wayne. Not caring about the moving hands on her body, Naomi Watts flipped through the fashion magazine and told him a piece of news that surprised him. Happy Death Day will be released in early May. 20th Century Fox has already set the release date. I heard the producers say it in the studio the day before yesterday. Do you think they will invite you to the premiere? The second part of this film, that made Wayne enter the $1 billion club at the beginning, is finally going to be released. I don't know how Fox's production is. He has a special feeling for this film. There is still a long time to go. I don't know if they will invite me. This film is also an indirect rival of Joker. No one can predict what they will do. Honey. Naomi Watts pinched him hard. Can you stop talking about work seriously while moving around all the time? Oh, damn. Why are you? For this woman with special feelings, Wayne never concealed his emotions. He directly picked up Naomi Watts and walked towards the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wayne, you beast, it's still morning. I finally rest. I don't want to lie in bed all day. After all, Naomi Watts stayed in the bedroom for a day. Even dinner was brought to them by Hella. She missed all her plans on this day off and hurried back to the crew of Mrs. Doubtfire. No different from Naomi Watts. After a simple 2-day adjustment and rest, Wayne also plunged into the Warner Studios to continue filming the remaining indoor scenes. After learning about the clear competitor, he was even more passionate about his work. With the release of Cliffhanger by Sony Columbia at the same time, the pressure was definitely reduced suddenly. There were indeed some films to be released in 1993 that Wayne was not sure to win. After all, even he himself was not sure about the final effect of Joker. Even if he was confident in his own level, he did not want to face Spielberg's Dinosaur. Fortunately, due to the drag of Schindler's List, the filming progress of this champion in film history before 1997 was also extremely slow, and it would definitely not be released at the beginning of the summer season. Wayne was ready to watch this film and crush everything that blocked his way to the top of the championship. Maybe it can be compared with that damn dinosaur. He muttered softly behind the monitor and shook his head after speaking. There was basically no comparison. The final film of Joker was destined to be an R-rated film, and it was far inferior to the family-friendly film that was popular with all ages. Wayne, Robert and the others are ready. Zack Snyder knocked on his desk and pointed at the already set up talk show scene. Not only was Robert Deloney ready, but the guests and the audience were also looking at this side. Shall we start right away? Let's start. Zack. The camera moved slowly, and the stage manager walked to the main camera after receiving the instructions and slapped the stage manager card in his hand. Nicolas Cage tilted his head and looked at Robert Deloney and began the performance in a very frivolous and weird tone. Have you seen the outside world, Murray? Have you really left the studio? Everyone is yelling at each other. No one is polite. No one puts themselves in other people's shoes. Do you know people like Thomas Wayne? Have you ever considered the feelings of people like me? Have you ever considered people other than yourself? No. They think I will be like an obedient child today, swallowing my anger and bearing it silently. We won't get angry. This line and facial expressions are perfect. Even the picky Wayne couldn't find any flaws. Then the veteran actor Robert Deloney steadily caught his emotions. You are too self-loving and self-pitying, Arthur. Cut. After this performance, the director's sudden shouting woke everyone up. Not only the behind the scenes staff who were watching, but even Wayne came forward and applauded. Robert, Nicola, perfect performance. I won't reduce any of this long shot. I will keep all of them. This is the explosion of Nicolas Cage's long-term accumulation while immersed in Arthur, and it is also the testimony of Robert E. Larian's decades of acting experience. Wayne believes that, if they are allowed to do it again, there will never be such a shocking effect. Okay, guys. Wayne, stop the noisy crowd around. Give them 2 makeup touch-ups. While they are in a state of explosion, we will hurry up to shoot the rest of the scenes. Time is advancing slowly. 2 days before the new year, the crew finally ushered in the dawn of the filming. In an abandoned subway in Los Angeles, Nicolas Cage was knocked to the ground for the 4th time. He let out a creepy laugh and wanted to take out a card from his pocket to show the other party that he was sick, but he didn't have the chance. In the end, he took out a gun, the revolver that his colleague gave him, and reported him. Bang, bang. After several gunshots, the young man who had just beaten Arthur was covered in glaring red. Cut. Even though the filming was about to end, Wayne blocked the expectant eyes of the people around him and focused on the scene he had just shot. Okay, this one is fine, it passed. After saying that, he stood on a chair and pressed his hands down to stop the cheering crowd. I have been working with you for several months. During this period, we have had internal conflicts and many external influences. Just now, the filming of the Joker project was completed. I would like to thank you for your dedication to the work and thank you for being able to concentrate on the filming when the crew encountered a crisis. After saying that, he jumped off the chair amid the applause and cheers of everyone. Wayne has done this job 3 times, and he hopes there will be a 4th, 5th, and many times. Quiet. One more thing. John took the megaphone from Wayne and loudly appeased the excited crowd. There is also a grand party, guys. Hey. Nicolas Cage's fresh face was still covered with makeup. John, where is it? Where did Warner arrange the party? I guess it must be a big hotel. The production manager smiled and said, you guessed wrong, Nicholas. The location is in Beverly Hills, at the Greenberg Manor at the end of Mulholland Road. Believe me, Wayne's home is much bigger than the hotel. So, bring your female companions, friends, or whatever, and come to party tomorrow night. This opportunity doesn't come often. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136 Party. At the end of Mulholland Drive in Beverly Hills, Greenberg Manor was particularly lively today. Unlike the usual quietness, dozens of waiters in uniform were walking around and setting up the party scene. Butler Heller directly found a party company, and they would set up everything needed before the sun set in Los Angeles. The main venue was the small square in front of the main building, and the large lawn connected to it. Even the outdoor swimming pool, which was usually never used, was cleaned up. At this time, Heller was like a queen, directing the messy arrangement of the scene, which made John on the balcony on the 3rd floor sigh. Wayne, does your butler look like a director in the crew? This is just like shooting a group scene. There is no difference. It was very clear from the 3rd floor. Heller's organizational ability was indeed very good. All the messy personnel were arranged in an orderly manner by her, and the lawn had been roughly arranged. Bang, a Canadian ice wine glass was opened. Wayne poured 2 glasses into it and handed one to the production manager. Hey, John, the filming is over. Don't look at everything like a film set. Try this. After drinking it once in New York, I asked Heller to buy it for you. It tastes very unique. This ice wine, a specialty of Newfoundland, Canada, was loved by Wayne after he drank it once. You know, he doesn't drink much normally, but he asked his butler to buy hundreds of bottles. The taste is too light. I'm still suitable for stronger wine. After taking the wine glass and taking a sip, John put it on the table. This kind of wine is not suitable for him. Before coming here today, I have already greeted Wayne Scott. After the new year, he will still be the editor of Joker. We don't have much time to rest. Don't think about work today. Let's go, John. Let's go downstairs. The guests are coming. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and the two went downstairs to prepare to greet the crew members and guests. The tedious filming work is quite torturous, and the post-editing is certainly not easy. Although Joker will use very few special effects shots, it is also a long and big project. Wayne had just finished filming, and he didn't want to think about the post-production immediately. He wanted to clear his mind and have a good rest for at least the next 2 days. He didn't want to talk to John about this now. After the new year, there would be plenty of time for them to have a headache. The night slowly fell, and the manor soon became lively. Most of the crew members were men, and the party company that Hella found had obviously thought of this. The groups of beautiful women in swimsuits by the swimming pool were the most beautiful scenery in the party. After the filming of the film, Nicolas Cage finally didn't have to deliberately maintain his figure. In front of him was a large plate of Mexican barbecue, with beer in his hand, and he was discussing the figures of these women with the disrespectful Robert De Loney. Although the party in the manor had already started, people continued to join the carnival. Sexy girls dressed in fashionable and beautiful clothes came in to find their own opportunities under the relationship of friends or agents. Agents of various stars, big and small, were also looking for executives, directors, and producers of film companies at the party, trying to promote their own clients. Wayne, I promise that, as long as the film is as good as the previous 2 films, AMG Cinema Chain will fully support your new film. This is the deputy general manager of the second largest cinema chain in the United States, Cohen Campbell. When Joker is released, AMG will provide at least 1,200 theaters and more than 2,800 screens. As soon as he finished speaking, before Wayne could express his gratitude, another voice came from the crowd behind him. Regal Entertainment will also provide no less than AMG theaters and screens, provided that the film is as good as your previous films, and as long as the quality is not inferior to the previous 2 films, Regal Entertainment will also provide a sufficient scale of screening. This semi-open party was attended not only by the crew, but also by John. In the name of Warner Brothers, he invited major theater companies in North America to warm up for the film. Wayne Greenberg in the eyes of the public is very different from the cinema chain. What the cinema chain values is the ability to sell tickets. They don't care whether you are famous or not, or how many films you have made since your debut. As long as you can always bring revenue to the cinema, you are a good director. Not only do production companies and brokerage companies have the habit of building files for directors, but cinema chains also pay attention to these directors and actors who are constantly successful. Their new films will naturally be screened on a larger scale. Thank you. After the film is completed, Warner will invite you to try it. Nodding politely, Wayne and the 2 cinema chain managers clinked their glasses. John was left to continue chatting with the 2, and he stepped forward to hug Will Smith, who had just come in. Hey, man. I heard that your trip to New York this time was not very smooth. That place used to be my territory. You can contact me next time you go to New York. Will Smith is now in his prime. As a rap star, he won the Grammy, the highest music hall. He just entered Hollywood and transformed into filming. The first film he starred in was a box office explosion. He is simply a template for a successful life. Hearing his rap-like tone, Wayne felt a sense of intimacy. No problem, I'll call you next time I go. Go ahead and have fun. He smiled and shook his head as he watched the future box office star walk towards the swimming pool with a large group of friends. How is it? Do you feel more tired than filming? Jeff Robinoff suddenly asked behind him, holding a glass of wine. After turning around and clinking glasses with him, Wayne said with a headache, "It's okay, just a little uncomfortable. Everything is for socializing, I understand." In short, there are not many people who really come to this party for fun, and most of them are crew members. Whether the rest are invited by John or find ways to get in, everyone's purpose is to socialize. The awards season is coming soon. You can't put all your thoughts on the new film. Get Out is still being shown in several theaters for the upcoming awards. Warner may arrange for you to participate in some activities. Jeff knew that this young director didn't like socializing, but there were some activities that he had to attend as a director. If he wanted to make a difference during the awards season, these were inevitable. Get Out has not yet been released on videotape. It is waiting to make more profits after some gains. A film with or without awards can influence many people's choices in the videotape market. I understand. You should communicate directly with my agent. This matter is not only good for Warner, but also an opportunity for him to gain experience. It can be said to be a win-win situation. He has no choice but to do it. I'm going to find a place to rest for a while. I may have drunk a little too much. After saying that, he nodded to Jeff and walked towards his agent Jimmy in the corner. Sitting next to his agent, looking at so many people pouring into his house, some were reveling and drinking, and some were dressed in suits and leather shoes and constantly handing out business cards. Everything made him feel unreal. Picking up the bottle of water prepared by Jimmy, Wayne drank a few sips and said, "I regret following John's advice. I shouldn't have made such a mess of a shutdown party, and the key is to hold it in my own home." After saying that, he rubbed his eyebrows, still feeling uncomfortable with the atmosphere around him. Since the beginning of the party, he has been under the leadership of John, constantly greeting people, drinking and chatting, and then constantly exchanging business cards. He doesn't like this way of socializing, but he knows that it is necessary for the film. "What are your plans for the new year?" Jimmy selectively ignored his complaints. No one knows his customers better than him. If he had to choose again, as long as it is good for the film, he would still let the production manager invite so many people. Don't overestimate Wayne's bottom line. Jimmy has always kept this sentence in mind. In order to increase the box office of the film, this director doesn't even mind using himself to hype it up. After drinking up the water in his hand, Wayne began to touch his body habitually for cigarettes. "Maybe I'll go back to the farm tomorrow, and I'll come back after the new year to start post-production." "Hey, wait, Jimmy, who brought that girl in?" Not far from them, a very tall young girl was sitting alone. She looked very slim. Even if you only saw her profile, you could tell that she was a beautiful girl. Most importantly, she was wearing an ordinary skirt, which was obviously cheap at first glance, but she exuded a noble and cold temperament. I don't know, it seems that she has been sitting there for a while. Jimmy was too lazy to care about his clients. As soon as he saw the girl's slim and well-proportioned figure, he knew that this girl was very much in line with his aesthetics. This is Hollywood. If you fall in love with each other, you can find a place to roll together and wave goodbye to each other afterwards. It's just too normal. The appearance of this girl instantly made Wayne energetic. Putting down the empty bottle in his hand, he picked up the champagne glass again, stood up and walked over in the helpless eyes of his agent. Chapter 137 Absolute Taboo. After tidying up his suit, Wayne slowly approached the girl who was sitting alone from the side. Only after a close observation did he find that her eye-catching blonde hair must have been dyed. Her gorgeous facial features were three-dimensional and delicate, exuding a charming and mysterious atmosphere. "Hi, alone." In her surprised eyes, Wayne sat directly opposite her and looked at the beautiful woman with unscrupulous eyes. "I'm Wayne Greenberg. What's your name?" "My name is Cheryl Theron, from South Africa. My friends call me Sally." She knew the man in front of her, or the big boy, which was also one of the reasons why she came to this manor today. Cheryl Theron was excited. She knew that if she behaved better and left a good impression on the other party, the opportunity would beckoning to her. "Yes, alone. I came with my agent, but we had a fight and she left me here and I don't know where to go." This beautiful diamond from South Africa was still very green at this time, but her figure and face had already shown the shadow of her peak period. Wayne looked at this face, which was later proved by fans to be the most beautiful face in Hollywood, and felt a sense of emotion in his heart. This circle is not big or small. More and more movie stars who are familiar to him in later generations began to appear in his life. Just after a glance from the side, he was sure in his heart that this was Cheryl Theron. The other party's cold and beautiful temperament is too special. When she is a little older, she will become the cold and beautiful queen of Hollywood. Just when Wayne wanted to continue chatting with her, a woman in a dress walked over quickly and saw Wayne sitting opposite her. She was obviously surprised. but she quickly reacted and stretched out her hand. "Hello, Director Greenberg. I'm sorry to bother you. I'm Charlize Theron's agent Mandy." Gently shook hands with the woman. Wayne nodded. "Hello, Mandy." The agent looked at him and his client, wanted to say something, but hesitated for a moment, and turned around to leave. "Then you guys chat. Sally, I'm over by the swimming pool. You can call me if you have anything." Until the woman left, Charlize Theron didn't say a word, just stared at her back. She understood what the agent meant. The agent gave her the right to choose. If she wanted to get close to the new big director, she had to decide what to do. "Your agent is good, Sally." Wayne also understood what the woman meant. She was a very good agent who didn't force her client, who was still a small actor, to do anything. And before she left, she was reminding her client that, if anything happened that went against her will, she could always go to the pool to find her. "It's too messy here. Are you interested in going upstairs with me?" Since he had encountered such a good opportunity, Wayne was not Eliu's Yahoo. He would not lose anything by trying to invite her. Here she comes. Charlize Theron had not come to Hollywood for the first time. She knew what his invitation meant. Logically, she should have gone upstairs with the other party without hesitation. Wayne had a very good reputation in this regard. From the earliest Naomi Watts to Halle Berry and Cameron Diaz, the media had reported these gossips more than once. In addition, many media had interviewed these women, and they had a very high opinion of Wayne. This can only mean one thing, that is, these women got what they wanted, and this man would not turn his face and disown them after playing with them. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and then smiled. "Okay, I've never visited such a big house before. You can take me to have a good look." Things went incredibly smoothly. Looking at the girl who took his arm, Wayne waved to Jimmy and took her to the main building. At this time, he didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. Anyway, all the people who came to the party were insiders. At least no one would morally accuse him. Seeing her client follow the man into the main building, Mandy couldn't follow him. The main building was not open to the party crowd, and there were security guards at the door. Helen knew what her boss hated. Of course, he could mess around in the bedroom, but if those impatient men and women at the party ran into the main building bedroom to mess around, she would probably become the former housekeeper. Charlize Theron's agent Mandy hesitated for a long time, drinking absent-mindedly by the pool until the crowd at the party had begun to disperse, and a large number of employees from the party company had appeared to clean up the scene. She was still waiting here and hesitating. "Hey, the party is over, ma'am." Hella was also staring at this strange woman, who had been sitting by the pool and drinking non-stop, with a worried and hesitant look on her face. Seeing that she still had a complicated look on her face, and had no intention of leaving now, Hella pointed to her watch and said, "It's almost midnight now. If you need help, Greenberg Manor can provide you with a car." After drinking the wine in the glass in one gulp, Mandy decided not to hide her worries anymore. It didn't matter what happened to Charlize Theron, but if this matter was misunderstood by this big director, and he thought that she had set a trap for him, the consequences would definitely not be something she could bear. "I want to see Mr. Greenberg's agent or assistant, preferably right now. This is very important to Mr. Greenberg." Her request made the housekeeper instinctively refuse. Every day, there are people who want to find Nina. These people all have more or less purposes. Even Hella herself has received gifts from others. The purpose of these people is nothing more than to get close to their boss through those around Wayne. This woman is not the first, and she will definitely not be the last. Mandy found that the housekeeper showed a refusal, so she quickly added, "This matter is really very important. It is related to the girl who went back with Mr. Greenberg. Okay, come with me." Hearing her mention a beautiful girl, Hella decided to take her to see Nina to see what was going on. She had an impression of the girl who entered the bedroom with her boss. The other party was tall and had a cold face. Anyone who had seen her would be impressed. Mandy followed the housekeeper to the living room. There was only a girl with a very ordinary face and figure reading a magazine here. She knew that this was the assistant. "Ms. Clean, there is one thing I must tell you. I hope you can tell Mr. Greenberg that I did not do this on purpose. He just didn't give me a chance to say it." Facing this anxious woman, Nina was obviously confused by what she said. She yawned and put down the magazine in her hand. She looked at Hella and found that the housekeeper was also puzzled. Hello, please explain it from the beginning. I don't understand what happened at all, and I can't disturb Mr. Greenberg's rest. Mandy took the water handed to her by Hella and said without drinking it, I'm Cheryl Theron's agent Mandy. Halfway through the party, I saw my client and Mr. Greenberg enter here. Hearing her say this, Nina immediately waved her hand to interrupt her. Don't worry, Mandy. I can guarantee that Wayne will not force that girl. If you are worried about your client, I will go up to help you later. No, Miss Clean, I mean that I didn't have time to stop them. They had already entered the main building, and there were security guards here, so I couldn't stop Mr. Greenberg. Well, my client Cheryl Theron, What? Are you serious? Hella and Nina asked excitedly together. This matter is very important and there must not be any jokes. In Hollywood, if you are interested in each other, you can find a place to release hormones together. If you still feel good about each other, you can continue to communicate together. Otherwise, you can wave goodbye. This is a normal thing. Men and women in this circle perform such true love dramas every day, whether they are extras or big name stars, directors, producers, or even film company executives. Whether it is insiders or movie fans, no one is surprised by these. Hollywood directors can mess around as much as they want, and no one will criticize them, but there is a forbidden area that must not be touched. This is a forbidden area that must not be touched in the entire North America. Chapter 138. Is it too dark and depressing? The reason why Agent Mandy brought the client here today was to let her show her face in front of some people and make her familiar. She was still very young, and as long as she could make her familiar, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. But South African beauty Cheryl Theron didn't think so. She had a very unhappy life since her childhood. Her father's domestic violence against her mother eventually led to her mother shooting her father. The unfortunate childhood experience made her very precocious and knew what she really wanted. Every actor who entered Hollywood has heard a saying that you should become famous as early as possible. This saying is especially applicable to female stars. After all, the shelf life of women's youth is really very short. This is the source of her argument with her agent. This girl with a very positive idea just followed the owner of the manor back to the bedroom under the agent's frightened eyes. Nina, who has an ordinary face and figure, is usually ignored, but she was an Ivy League top student before she came to work as Wayne's assistant. Buried under her ordinary face is a super high IQ. So as soon as the other party spoke, the assistant lady first looked suspiciously at this agent. Nina knew her boss's character very well. He was just like all the big guys in the circle. He would not refuse any woman who met his aesthetic standards, and he was not shy about one-night stands. It was okay for him to have fun in normal times. Even if the media reported it, the public would only think that he had a messy private life. But from Nina's point of view, behind this cold and beautiful girl today, it was very likely that the agent had deliberately set a trap. Now that the incident must have happened, there was no way to save it. The agent named Mandy said it, so the other party must have something to ask for. The assistant had been in Hollywood for a long time and knew that some people in this circle would rack their brains to use all kinds of means to achieve their goals. Mandy, right? You can stay in the guest room on the second floor temporarily. We will discuss these things tomorrow morning. What do you think? Nina said to the agent calmly, waving at Hella. You can also consider your own conditions. Let me remind you that people should know how to be content. Ms. Clean, Mandy wanted to try to explain. She knew that if the other party misunderstood her meaning, even if she really got the benefits, could she and Sally take them quietly? Don't be silly. Warner Brothers will eat them alive. After putting away the smile on her face, Nina became very serious. Go to rest first. Mandy, listen to me. We will solve any problems tomorrow morning. After speaking, she winked at Hella, sighed, and resignedly followed the housekeeper to the guest room on the second floor. At this time, the little assistant was frighteningly calm. She did not immediately run upstairs to wake up the boss. What needed to be done was to solve the current problem. After thinking for a while, she picked up the phone beside the sofa, dialed it and waited for a few seconds before she spoke. Sergey, remind the security guards at the door not to let anyone in or out of the manor before dawn. Yes, including you and me. Anyone. Okay, I understand. I'll be watching in the guard room. If you have any questions, you can call me. After hearing the answer she wanted, she hung up the phone, then stood up and walked upstairs leisurely, ready to wake up her boss and the South African girl to see what her purpose was. After reaching the third floor, she listened and found that there was indeed no movement. She reached out and knocked hard on the door. 10 minutes later, Wayne and Cheryl Theron, who were wearing pajamas, sat in the living room with the assistant and Mandy. The curling smoke rose, and Wayne tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of the chair. So, I might be the second Roman Polanski? At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself in the face, looking at the mature and sexy South African diamond. Some things are impossible, even if the girl wants to, but as long as the matter is not exposed, there is still room for redemption. Cheryl Theron obviously didn't think too much about the consequences of this matter. Only then did she realize that things were not that simple. It's not much of a difference. Shit. At this time, Mandy said excitedly, Mr. Greenberg, don't worry, no one else will know about this, and it will not be reported to the media. I swear. Put away your oath. Wayne suddenly leaned forward and stared at Cheryl Theron with an oppressive look. Sally, I'm wrong about this matter. I never believe in any bullshit oaths. Tell me, what do you want? The solution to this matter is nothing more than money and fame. Wayne believes that these things are much more reliable than swearing. As long as the other party doesn't ask for too much, then this is not a problem. The girl's eyes flickered with something called ambition. Looking at this oppressive man, she mustered up the courage and said loudly, I want to be famous, like Naomi Watts. That's right, as long as she has her own desires, there is nothing that can't be satisfied. Wayne leaned back on the sofa and nodded with a smile. I will give you a chance to become famous. It depends on you whether you can seize it. Stay here tonight. The lawyer will come tomorrow morning. As long as you sign the confidentiality agreement, you can leave. He still admired this ambitious girl and did not hate her because she deliberately concealed the truth. It was clear that Cheryl Theron had never thought of threatening him with these things at the beginning. Her agent was the same. He was afraid of his own revenge later, so he was so hesitant at the beginning. Listen, Sally. Wayne said a few more words before going upstairs. You are a smart girl and should understand what I mean. Go back and find an actor training class and work hard to improve your basic acting skills. This is the foundation of everything you want to become famous. After speaking, he nodded to the assistant and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Unexpectedly, Cheryl Theron followed him closely. He ignored the South African diamond that was obviously overthinking. If she wanted to follow him, she could follow him. Anyway, what should have happened had happened several times. When the sun pierced through the curtains and shone into the house again, the Greenberg manor seemed to come alive again. Lawyer Ryan rushed over early in the morning. He didn't ask anything but took out 2 confidentiality agreements. After Mandy and Cheryl Theron signed their names, they put the agreement in the underground safe. Wayne definitely didn't want this agreement to see the light of day. Even if it was exposed by then, the trouble would be much smaller. After sending everyone away, the manor returned to its former tranquility. Sergey drove the car and took his 2 golden retrievers to return to the farm to celebrate the new year. These 2 days were his rare time to relax. As long as the new year was over, he would have to devote himself to the tedious work again. Everything on the farm was so slow, as if nothing had changed since he left last time, but he could clearly feel that the temperature in the suburbs was indeed lower than that in Los Angeles. The cowboys working here had already put on thick coats, and even Wayne's quarter horse was covered with a blanket. Around the new year, the greater Los Angeles area also ushered in the coldest season of the year. During this period, it was 1993. After the new year, Wayne returned to Los Angeles and started the post-production work of the film without stopping. He took Zack Snyder to Warner's post-production studio. After 3 weeks of hard work, the film finally completed the first rough cut. The length of the film after the initial cut was as long as 300 minutes, but the important and detailed work had just begun. After a long screening, Wayne folded his hands and spoke first. The following is the really difficult work. Dawn, you have to pay attention to the editing style I deliberately retained. That is, the pervasive DC dark comic feeling. This film is destined not to be a summer teen popcorn. No problem, leave it to me. Dawn Scott agreed. The head of DC Comics, who has always been silent and observed, heard that the film had completed the initial cut and also came to watch the rough sample now. Although even the connection between the shots was obvious, he still saw something. Will this film be too dark and depressing? Wayne. Without some embellished jokes or soothing shots, will the audience? Chapter 139 The Lazy Girl Who Never Leaves the House? Question mark? Jonathan Keller's concerns are normal. It can be seen from the first cut that all the shots in this film are full of seriousness, darkness and depression. This is a rare film that abandons all comedy element. It is quite rare in this era. Now mainstream commercial productions and action movies that are most popular with the audience also mix comedy element. This is also a feature of the 1990s. Jonathan, the original intention of making this film did not consider humor. I defined it as a dark and serious core. I have not been a comic fan since I was a child. I have only read some of the famous ones. Of course, I understand your concerns about the market prospects, but I still have some personal understanding. From childhood to adulthood, I have read all the DC comics, Wonder Woman, Superman, especially Batman and Justice League. In these comic stories, the last thing to care about is the damn sense of humor. This was not only said to Jonathan Keller, but also Zack Snyder, John Gray and Wayne Scott, who was about to start editing. All recalled the comics they had read silently. Yes, that's right. Almost all the characters or heroes in DC comics are of the type with deep hatred and bitterness. They have nothing to do with funny element. Is this why you shot the film with a little comic texture? Zack Snyder was so excited that he was shaking all over. Maybe only Wayne in this room knew why he was so excited. He is a thorough DC comic fan. Even the films he shot later obviously have a strong comic style. This is a carnival for comic fans, but also irresponsible to passers-by. It's not that there can't be fan-oriented movies, such as those youth campus movies, or the most typical Mary Sue Twilight. These movies have achieved good box office results, and fans will pay for the movies. But the investment in DC comic adaptations cannot be made into a collective carnival for fans. The kind of movies that are particularly unpopular with passers-by have lost too many passers-by. It is far from recovering the investment just by fans paying for the movies. The reason why the Justice Big Three were suppressed by Marvel later, with their worldwide fame, was related to the mysterious operation of Warner Brothers executives and Zack Snyder's lack of long-term planning, and the film he shot was too fan-oriented. After the film officially began the second editing, Jonathan Keller once again became taciturn. Sometimes he would not be like an executive of a large company, spending the whole day in the editing room, and sometimes he would not be seen for 2 or 3 days in a row. Here, stop. The material on the screen was the long shot at the end of the film, in which Robert E. Larian and Nicolas Cage performed extremely well. Except for the editing points I left, all the rest of this scene must be kept. This scene was the one that Wayne was most satisfied with in the whole film. In his opinion, this long shot was even better than the original picture in his mind. Wayne, isn't it a bit too long to keep all of this long shot? John raised an objection for the first time, which was closely related to his duties as a production manager. If this film is edited completely according to Wayne's wishes, how long will it be after it is completed? This made John feel that the director had too much power and was starting to let himself go. As we all know, the length of a film determines the number of times it can be shown in theaters every day. The producer certainly hopes that the shorter the better under the condition of reasonableness. On the contrary, a film is a continuation of the director's thoughts. If the director is left to his own devices, it would not be strange to cut it any longer. This is why Hollywood generally excludes directors from post-production work. Even if the director is given the right to participate in editing and make suggestions, the final decision is still made by the film's producer. After all, they have always kept a clear mind and made decisions for the market. Looking up at the worried look of the production manager, Wayne gave him a comforting smile. Don't worry, John, I haven't been overwhelmed by those damn obsessions. You should believe that I can find the balance between business and artistry. Originally, this matter should have passed here, but after thinking for a while, John still pulled Wayne out of the studio and sat on the chair outside the door together. After taking a sip of the coffee in his hand, he still asked hesitantly, Wayne, how long will the final length of the film be? This is related to the overall publicity and promotion strategy of Warner Brothers. Now that the first edit has passed, you must give me an accurate estimate of the length. You know that post-production is impossible. Director Greenberg, don't make things difficult for me. We have always cooperated very well. The production manager was unusually serious, pushing Wayne into a corner and making it impossible for him to be vague. After thinking carefully for a while, he spoke cautiously. The final length of the film will be between 115 and 125 minutes. If it is shorter than this, it will basically damage the main story. Of course, I will try to compress this time. Many unnecessary shots will be cut out. However, I expect that even after 2 or 3 rounds of fine editing, the final length to be retained will not be less than this number. This is already the most conservative number in his mind. If it is less, it will really affect the completeness of the film. In fact, he cares more about commercial performance than anyone else, because only if this film becomes a box office bomb that crushes the same period as he expected, can he support him to continue to implement the next plan. It's still a bit long. Is it possible to compress it to about 100 minutes? This is the most ideal state. This obviously does not meet John's expectations, nor does it meet Warner Brothers' expectations. A length of about 120 minutes is 2 hours, which has a huge impact on the screening of the film. Impossible, John. When it comes to fundamental issues, Wayne is absolutely unyielding. You can communicate with the company first. When I finish all the post-production, I will invite the company executives to watch the preview. If you are still not satisfied with the results, you can host the editing again. This is the only way. He is confident that he can conquer everyone with the quality and screening effect of the film. After confirming his partner's determination again, John stopped dissuading him. Okay, Wayne, the fate of both of us is tied to this project. I hope you can be cautious before making a decision. Wayne shrugged, stood up and walked back to the post-production studio. This episode could not affect his decision. The most important thing at the moment is to finish the film as soon as possible. There are too many things waiting to be proved by this film. After being busy in the post-production studio of Warner Brothers for nearly a month, Wayne had to take out his energy and temporarily hand over the post-production work to Zack Snyder. Warner Brothers sent him an invitation letter for the Golden Globe Awards and asked him to attend this year's Golden Globe Awards. Get Out was shortlisted for many nominations. Perhaps the only difficulty for Wayne is that such an important occasion requires a formal female companion. After thinking about it, he seemed to have a lot of choices, but none of them seemed to be suitable. In fact, Naomi Watts was the most suitable candidate, but after calling her, it was very unfortunate that Naomi Watts went to Australia with the crew of Mrs. Doubtfire to shoot, and it was impossible for her to leave her work and rush back. It was not his style to bother about such things at all, so he simply said to the assistant who was hiding in the corner of the sofa flipping through magazines, Nina, how about you be my female companion? How about going to the Golden Globe Awards together? After she put down the magazine in her hand, she rolled her eyes. I don't want it. So many women can't get this red carpet opportunity. You can go to Cammy or Harry. Believe me, if they get this opportunity, they will definitely be grateful to you. Well, let's see who has time later. Wayne looked at the assistant who didn't go out and didn't even bother to change his clothes and shook his head with some emotion. You're almost becoming a stay-at-home girl, Miss Nina Clean. I've been busy with the post-production of the film recently, so I gave you a holiday. Why are you still staying at the manor all day? You should find a boyfriend. Nina got a little angry when she mentioned this. I've given up my rented apartment. Besides, I have everything I need at the manor. Why should I go out? Forget about a boyfriend. All the men who ask me for my phone number are very handsome, but they approached me only because my boss is Wayne Greenberg. By the way, boss, what does stay-at-home girl mean? A lazy girl who never leaves the house. Chapter 140. Your wife shits on the bed. The Golden Globe Awards, or the North American Film and Television Awards, are different from the Academy Awards. The organizer of this event is a Hollywood Foreign Press Association, which has nothing to do with the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. The Golden Globe Awards have been held annually since 1944, and the results of each award are all determined by the votes of 96 journalists. Because it is held a few days before the Oscar voting day, it is always mistaken by the public as a precursor to the Oscars. In fact, the two awards are not the same thing at all. The Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and the Hollywood Foreign Press Association are two completely different organizations. If you want to talk about a reliable Oscar worth of vein, you can actually look at the awards selected by each union. As long as the film wins the award in the union, it will basically not go home empty-handed at the Oscars. The Golden Globe Awards, which is voted by dozens of journalists, has not been able to influence the direction of the Oscars. On January 2, 1993, the 50th North American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards was held at the Beverly Hilton Hotel as usual. This is the traditional venue of the Golden Globe Awards, and the award ceremony still uses the form of a dinner. The silver extended Rolls-Royce slowly moved forward to the party. Cameron Diaz in the car kept looking in the mirror. She was wearing a tight black fishtail evening dress with a deep V design, which made her more sexy and attractive. "What do you think of me now?" Putting down the small mirror and eyebrow pencil in her hand, Cameron Diaz asked her male companion for the third time. "Is my makeup too thin? It will definitely reflect when the camera shoots it." Putting down the newspaper in his hand, Wayne regretted bringing her here at this moment. This woman kept tossing her face along the way, and she would deny the makeup artist's work every once in a while. "It's already perfect, Cammy." He didn't understand what was so exciting about just walking on the red carpet. "This is not the Oscars. We won't stay too long. Don't think too much. The main purpose of this visit is to support Get Out. We will leave soon after we get what we want." Hearing that he would not stay for long, Cameron Diaz asked with some disappointment, "Are you not going to attend the party after the awards ceremony? I heard that there will be many big stars and directors." "No, we will go back after the awards ceremony." He ignored the woman with a regretful look on her face. This kind of party is not very meaningful to him now. It is too much of a social event, and it is too early for Wayne to think about the awards now. Even if he puts in more public relations efforts, he will not get much good results. After entering January, the traditional awards ceremony in North America has already kicked off. Not only Wayne and his Get Out, but also those actors, directors, producers, and production companies that have the hope of winning academic awards, as well as those lobbying companies and agents, all seem to have suddenly become extremely busy. Just like now, even Wayne, a director who has basically no hope of winning an Oscar, has been pulled by the production company to warm up for the Oscars in advance. In the early 1990s, the Oscars still had a very high impact on films. Even the Golden Globe Awards, which were mistakenly regarded by the public as the precursor of the Oscars, had a great impact on fans. So many reporters. Wayne. The car slowly approached the starting point of the red carpet. Cameron Diaz leaned on the window and saw a large number of media reporters and fans on both sides of the red carpet. Every time a star actor appeared on the red carpet, it would cause a large number of fans to scream, and countless cameras flashed. "Don't be nervous, Cammy. You are very beautiful now. Those reporters will go crazy for you." Before getting off the car, Wayne calmed the girl's excitement, then opened the door and walked down. He turned around and took the girl's hand and helped her down. After getting off the car, Cameron Diaz took the initiative to hold his arm. The sudden flash made her nervous face very stiff. "Remember to smile and relax," Wayne reminded her in a low voice, and then strode forward. He was not like the stars who went in before him. The frequency of walking was quite fast, and he had to speed up his pace while dragging Cameron Diaz. Facing the flashing lights that were as bright as the sky, he did not cooperate with the reporters and quickly came to the interview area at the end of the red carpet. Just before he arrived, Will Smith and the crew of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air had just finished their interviews. The two nodded to each other and said hello, and the host came to Wayne and the others. Director Greenberg. This time Get Out has received multiple nominations for the Golden Globe Awards. Are you ready to take away which awards? Facing the host's question, before he started to answer, Nina and Jimmy, who entered the venue early, came behind the reporter. They gestured to him together, indicating that he didn't have to answer some questions. For the Golden Globe Awards, I'm still a newcomer. Looking at the middle-aged reporter in front of him, he weighed his words. At least he couldn't say anything that crossed the line. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association can give Get Out multiple nominations, which is a success for me. While answering the questions and taking the pen handed over by the etiquette, Wayne turned around and signed his name behind him. Looking at the beautiful woman who had been smiling beside him, the host asked again, "Wayne, are you dating Cameron Diaz now?" "No, we are just ordinary friends." He put the pen back in the hand of the etiquette lady, smiled and said thank you. At this time, there was a sudden cheer on the red carpet, and Al Pacino and his female companion walked onto the red carpet. "This old handsome guy is very popular now." The host obviously sped up his speech. "Wayne, last question. Is Get Out confident that it can beat Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven? Being able to put me and director Eastwood together is the greatest compliment to Get Out." After saying this, he nodded to the other party, turned around and led the group into the main venue. Wayne said this sincerely. With the current situation and the environment of the Golden Globe Awards, no one can beat the old cowboy's Unforgiven. As soon as the group entered the hall, Will Smith, who was waiting here, gave him a hug. "Hey, man. It's a pity that I can't sit with you and cheer for our film." Led by the staff, the few people walked forward and chatted. "Well, don't worry, we still have the Oscars, and the whole team will be here then." After arriving at the seat arranged by the organizer, Wayne knew that Get Out would not gain much, and Warner Brothers probably didn't invest much public relations resources for the Golden Globe Awards. They were arranged in the middle of the third row. Just as Will Smith was chatting with him, an acquaintance wearing a neat suit but messy hair patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Wayne, how is the production of the new film going?" Feeling the hand on his shoulder, he knew who it was just by listening to the voice. That Tim Burton, who admired him almost as soon as they met. Standing up and hugging the other person, Wayne's attention was immediately attracted by the weirdo following him. "Hi, Tim. It's still in post-production and is expected to be completed in about a month. Is this the male lead of your new film?" "I've seen that, Edward." Tim Burton introduced them with a smile. "Yes, Johnny Depp, the male lead of my next film. Johnny, this is Wayne Greenberg, whom I mentioned to you." "Hello. Nice to meet you, Wayne." The two shook hands gently, but this weirdo didn't leave a good impression on him. The first time he shook hands, he felt the other's hand was wet and cool, as if he was sweating a lot. "Wait until the film is finished. Come to my premiere, Tim." Wayne turned his eyes back to this unique director, pinching his throat and speaking strangely. "I can imagine the media reports now. A gothic Batman, oh, and a dark Joker. This is definitely a major attraction of Gotham. Warner Brothers is simply crazy." Several people around were also amused by his self-mockery. Tim Burton was obviously in a good mood and didn't mind Wayne teasing him with that Batman. "Be careful, Wayne." He regained his serious look. "The gothic Batman made me fall flat on my face. This proves that the general public will never accept alternative styles unconditionally. You must be careful when using alternative production styles." "Of course, I will." Tim Burton and Johnny Depp nodded to them and prepared to return to their seats. The party was about to begin. "Remember to ask Warner Brothers to send me an invitation for the premiere." After saying that, he turned around and waved. In fact, no one in this era understands him better than Wayne. Although the director said it seriously, as long as he entered the shooting site, he would still stick to his own production style, and he has persisted for decades without changing. And Johnny Depp, this weirdo, and this eccentric director are simply a perfect match. The two have cooperated on more than a dozen works one after another. Looking at the backs of the two people, Wayne muttered in his heart, "What a pity. What's the point of having a beautiful wife if she shits in bed? It's disgusting to think about it." No matter how beautiful she is in Aquaman, Wayne instantly thinks that this woman is not beautiful when he thinks that she likes to shit in bed. Chapter 141, Sharing the Pork. "Hey, brother, why are you looking so weird?" A pair of black hands waved in front of Wayne's eyes. Will Smith noticed that his eyes were very strange, and he was staring at Depp. After interrupting his gaze on Johnny Depp, Will Smith patted his arm when he saw Wayne turn his head and look at him. "It's about to start. I'm going back. I hope you can gain something. Let's talk again when we have time. Okay. I'll call you when I'm free." After sitting back in his seat, Wayne's mind always had the photo of Depp being beaten up and the image of his beautiful ex-wife in Aquaman. The contrast was simply invincible. If it weren't for the things that Depp's nanny revealed later and Johnny Depp's accusation against the media, no one would have thought that the beautiful Amber Heard actually liked to poop on her husband's bed. Hollywood actresses are really weird. Watching the boring and long performance on the stage, Wayne shook his head and waited patiently, just in case those reporters had a brain twitch, and gave him the Best Director award. The various grand award ceremonies during the award season are never just a carnival for the general public. All kinds of big and small star directors need award ceremonies. Hollywood needs glamorous award ceremonies, and the North American film industry also needs such glamorous occasions. All media-related industry practitioners need such star-studded and grand scenes to promote their film industry to the global market. Hollywood has not been a game played in North America since a few years ago. Even the North American government is supporting these activities. They use various promotional methods to wantonly sell their North American culture around the world. This kind of invisible cultural means of penetration has never stopped with the globalization of the Hollywood film industry. This year's North American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards has a strong meaning of sharing the cake. The best drama film went to Scent of a Woman, the best music film went to The Player, and the best original song went to Aladdin. The subsequent individual awards are based on the principle of I'm good, you're good, and everyone's good. Almost all the popular films hyped by the media before the award ceremony got their own piece of pork. The Best Supporting Actor award was presented first to Gene Hackman for Unforgiven, and the Best Supporting Actress award was given to Joan Plowright for April Day. However, the Best Screenplay award, which was about to be presented, caught Wayne's attention. This was the award he was most likely to win. Ladies and gentlemen, the actress Whoopi Goldberg presented the Best Screenplay award, and she read out the list of nominees as usual. At the 50th Golden Globe Awards for Best Screenplay, the nominees are Bo Goodman for Scent of a Woman, Ruth Proud-Jabwiller for Howard's End, Michael Tokine for The Player, David Weber Peoples for Unforgiven, and Wayne Greenberg for Get Out. After reading the card in her hand, she read out the answer without pausing. The winner is Wayne Greenberg for Get Out. Congratulations. The audience applauded, and everyone's eyes moved to Wayne. After adjusting his suit, he hugged Cameron Diaz, then turned around and bowed slightly to the crowd behind him. After walking out of the third row of seats, he strode to the stage, took the trophy from Whoopi Goldberg, and stood in front of the microphone with a smile. Thank you for the affirmation of the film." Wayne raised the trophy with a bull on the top and waved it vigorously. "Here, I would also like to thank all the employees who worked hard for Get Out. Without you, there would be no successful film. Thank you." There was no long speech, and Wayne didn't even feel any excitement. He calmly said a few words of acceptance speech and immediately walked backstage. This award was within his expectations. When he turned around and returned to his seat again, there was a whisper of congratulations around him. Wayne nodded politely and sat back. "Is this the Golden Globe Award?" As soon as he sat down, the trophy in his hand was taken away by Nina. After looking at it over and over again twice, she handed it to Cameron Diaz with some disappointment. "Isn't this poorly made?" Wayne shrugged helplessly and said, "What do you think it should be like? This thing is just a symbol." The heavyweight awards have entered the stage. Al Pacino won the Best Actor for his superb performance in Scent of a Woman, and Emma Thompson also won the Best Actress in a Drama for her outstanding performance in Howard's End. After these two most watched heavyweight awards, even Wayne, who had just returned, was nervous. The comment below was for the Best Director award. Suddenly Cameron Diaz reached out and held his slightly nervous hand. She asked softly, "How is it? Do we have any hope?" "Almost none." Feeling the warmth in the woman's hand, Wayne smiled bitterly in his heart. He still couldn't stay awake at all times. The key is that the 4 words best director are too important to all Hollywood directors, even if this is not the highest haul of Oscars. Until Tim Burton on the stage announced the result, there was no suspense. Clint Eastwood won the Best Director award for Unforgiven. He breathed a sigh of relief until the result came out. "Dear, you will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Don't be sad." Cameron Diaz gently squeezed his hand and whispered to him in her ear. Nodding, Wayne stood up like everyone else and tried hard to comfort the old cowboy. There was no loss on his face. When the camera turned around, he smiled at the camera. It was never difficult for him to be at least decent. The woman next to him was right. He would have plenty of opportunities to win that title in the future, and the Golden Globe award stage was obviously too small. After the last big award came out, they walked out of the hotel early and had no intention of attending the subsequent party. Director Greenberg, Get Out received 5 nominations, but only won the Best Screenplay award. Are you disappointed? There's nothing to be disappointed about. The winning film is well deserved. I need to do better. As soon as he left the house, he was blocked by several reporters standing by the door and could only move slowly towards the car. Director Greenberg, after answering the other party's question casually, Wayne got into the car and casually touched the small golden ball to the sofa. The workmanship of this thing is really rough, and even the glued parts are visible to the naked eye. He didn't let out a long sigh until the car started. He really didn't adapt to such seemingly high-end occasions, but the desire for the award deep in his heart reminded Wayne all the time that such occasions would definitely be indispensable in the future. "Cammy, do you want me to take you home first?" Wayne asked tentatively. Cameron Diaz, who was wearing a tuxedo, was sexy and charming. "Let's go to your place. I don't have any work these days." The passionate and unrestrained Charlie's Angels flashed like blue eyes and looked at Wayne with wild eyes. "The dubbing work for the mask is over, and there will be endless auditions ahead. Do you want to give me some advice?" The girl's unpretentious performance easily won the favor of others. "When this movie is released, it will be your time to become famous. Don't worry, all you have to do is wait patiently." Wayne couldn't give this girl too much advice. Judging from her future trajectory, at least in the Hollywood circle, she has been very successful, and her fame exceeds 90% of the actresses. As a commercial film heroine, her ability to attract money is very good. Even after 2010, Cameron Diaz's income ranked first among actresses over 40 years old. A good vase-type actor has a very obvious additive effect on commercial films, and this woman was definitely a good vase actor at a certain time. After returning to the manor, after a night of struggle, Wayne finally succumbed to the other party's electric hips. Her passionate personality is definitely from the inside out. Every time, his self-proclaimed toughness made him fall into deep self-doubt. Maybe when can he find a helper again? The filming of Joker has been completed, and it seems a bit unreasonable to ask the Black Pearl to help. Without caring about continuing to indulge in women, Wayne plunged into the post-production studio the next day and continued the tedious editing work. Chapter 142. Be the first to try. Just as Wayne and his team were stepping up post-production, a major event quietly occurred in Hollywood, the film industry base. Since 1993, there have been rumors in the industry that Paramount, the only large-scale film production and distribution company left in Hollywood, has also been launched a huge financial offensive by Viacom. This remaining traditional production and distribution company is basically infinitely close to Viacom's embrace. From now on, there will be no independent large-scale production and distribution companies in Hollywood, and it has officially entered the era of fierce competition among media giants. No one knows exactly when Viacom started the offensive, but the recent news has made even the few people hiding in the Warner Brothers post-production studio clearly know that this production and distribution giant is about to enter turmoil. The occurrence of an acquisition case is always accompanied by panic among the original company, which has caused several major productions, including Forrest Gump being produced by Paramount, to begin to experience unnecessary turmoil. Sony Columbia also feels deeply about this. Since the film and television production giant was acquired by Sony, it has been in pain. The mysterious operations of the local North American executives hired by the company have also made Akio Morita suffer enough. At this moment, Renee Harlin, the producer and director of Cliffhanger, a project invested and produced by Columbia, is discussing the release of the film with Paul Turner, the head of the distribution department. The filming of this film was completed earlier and should have caught up with the Christmas season in 1992, but due to a series of considerations by the company's executives, it was put in the summer season of 1993. This film starring Sylvester Stallone will be the top project of Columbia Pictures at the beginning of the summer season. But there was a slight surprise in the long selected schedule. Wayne Greenberg, who has achieved box office success in the past 2 years, also scheduled his new project in mid-May. In this way, the two films will inevitably collide with each other, and fierce competition will inevitably occur. Evans, that idiot, was forced to resign by the Japanese halfway through the plan. Otherwise we wouldn't have to worry about this damn thing. Evans, as Paul Turner called him, was another director of the distribution department. He was forced to resign by the Japanese CEO due to financial problems some time ago. Our films are never afraid of direct competition, Paul. Renee Harlin didn't care about these little tricks. Success was good, but failure was no loss. In Hollywood at this time, Sylvester Stallone was the biggest box office guarantee. What do you think of our film? Doesn't Cliffhanger have the strength to compete with Joker? Facing the extremely confident director and producer, Paul Turner sighed. The other party's pride made him look down on a young man, but the more information he learned, the less willing he was to compete with the young man head on. Evans' plan was originally very good, but it was interrupted once, and then because of his resignation, he gave up the follow-up action. Renee, if you really want to hear my answer, I will tell you that, if you really know that director, you will never want to meet that dark madman. As a senior executive of the distribution department of a giant company, his voice was full of disbelief. Although the other party looked unhappy, Paul continued, Renee, maybe you should really get to know your opponent. From my many years of experience, the Greenberg kid was born to save stylized movies. Joker is another stylized film of his. From the success of the first two works, we can see that with his progress, this is definitely a work that combines all the previous successful factors. It is the culmination of his current ability. Do you think there is any possibility of failure? Don't forget, Renee, this Clerks of the Mountain is not an action movie. Sylvester Stallone has left the traditional action movies he is good at. No one can predict the result. As soon as Paul Turner finished speaking, Renee was so angry that he wanted to get up and leave. He came here to discuss with the other party how to overwhelm the other party in publicity and promotion, not to listen to him praising the competitor. Ding. Ding. Reaching out his hand and knocking hard on the table twice, Renee Harlin's face instantly became very ugly. It's not that our film has no advantages. Stallone's appeal is definitely not comparable to that little actor named Cage. And the film that kid made is an R-rated film, which makes the film suffer a lot in terms of audience. His words are not completely unreasonable. What type of film is suitable for the summer season? At least the large-scale bloody and dark films are definitely not as suitable as their own inspirational films. Hollywood has never had secrets. Warner Brothers once asked Wayne to modify the scale of the film and reduce the film rating to PG-13, but the director refused at the beginning of the film's preparation. Most of the companies that received the news felt that Warner Brothers was too indulgent to this young director based on his continuous success. Just like the reasons given by Renee Harlin, these reasons temporarily dispelled Paul Turner's concerns. Well, maybe you're right. Paul, we'd better discuss the publicity and promotion plan. It's certain that it will collide with that kid's new film, unless you are willing to change the film's release date. It's impossible to change the release date. There is no room for negotiation on this matter, and Paul Turner can't set a precedent. No matter how intense the discussion about Paramount's change of ownership is, it has not affected Wayne, who is working in the post-production studio. The third fine cut of the film has finally come to an end today, and the general effect of the film has begun to show. Several people have a faint tiredness on their faces, and even John, who is usually very neat, has a beard all over his cheeks. Now the film is officially completed, and what is missing is only a simple soundtrack and a few special effects. There is no excitement of shouting and shouting, nor is there an intimate hug when the cooperation is completed. The four men looked at each other and gently raised their hands to applaud each other. The complicated and difficult work of the past 2 months has finally been completed in their hands, bit by bit. Let's check it one last time. Let's go back and rest early today. Tomorrow we will add the soundtrack to the film as soon as possible. Wayne's voice was full of laziness. The high intensity and careful work was finally over, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Wayne was gritting his teeth to speed up the post-production of this film. The Super Bowl was just a week away. If he missed this super publicity channel, he would regret it. A 30-second trailer for Joker had been edited. As long as background music and dubbing were added to it first, it could be immediately sent to this American Spring Festival gala through Warner Brothers. The influence of this stage is unparalleled. As the most watched sporting event in North America, it attracts 3 times more TV viewers every year than the MLB, Major League Baseball, and NBA Finals. There is also a legendary statistic about the Super Bowl. The number of people participating in the US presidential election is about 120 million voting citizens, and about 130 million people in North America watch the Super Bowl every year. Of course, this is not a statistic made by authoritative media or survey agencies, but even with such a conservative estimate, there are tens of millions of people. The North American people have always regarded the Super Bowl as a national carnival day, and it is even called the informal American National Day. At that time, Joker will be the first movie trailer to be on the Super Bowl halftime advertising show. This film will appear on TV screens in more than 180 countries and regions through more than 200 media around the world. Wayne can't remember when Hollywood began to promote new films on the Super Bowl, but now, this kind of publicity method with huge investment but better effect has been ignored by Hollywood. Joker as the first film to eat crabs will definitely have the best publicity effect. To be honest, Wayne, I'm still a little worried. John is different from Zack Snyder. He is not a comic fan in his bones, so he is still full of worries after seeing the finished film. The effect we have seen so far, although lacking the soundtrack and some special effects, should be not much different from the final film. From my experience, after watching it once, this is a great story, but it only brought me depression and cruelty. If the final film is so alternative, although the production manager did not finish his words, everyone in the room understood what he meant. After watching this film, it feels like a person is hollowed out, rather than filled up like most films. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Image Element and Audio-Visual Language. John, if you put aside your worries and only consider it from the perspective of an audience, do you think this film can attract you to keep watching? This question is very important. Wayne's way of asking questions also reminded the production manager that he was a little worried about this film. After all, it was too out of the mainstream. After thinking about it carefully, John said with certainty, no problem, although the angle is a bit alternative. In terms of the film's appeal, there is absolutely no problem. Just from the social problems expressed in the film, it's like empathy. I can actually find my own shadow in Arthur. That's right. Although Wayne made some changes to the film, most of the changes were in the performance of the lens. The whole film is full of a feigned comic style, which is not noticeable without careful viewing. Why did the movie Joker attract so many people to watch it crazily? A large part of the reason is that they can more or less find some common ground with Arthur. In terms of social environment, North America in the early 1990s was definitely more suitable for this film than 20 years later. The current movements had not yet taken off, and people had no outlet for various social issues. Before making the film, Wayne believed that more people would feel the same after watching Arthur, especially the venting of all kinds of injustice at the end of the film. Today, the work ended early. John and Zack Snyder had already left the studio, but the main editor Dawn Scott stayed with Wayne. There were still some color issues at the end of the film, and they needed to discuss them. Dawn Scott, who left the editing workbench, is actually a middle-aged technical geek. Wayne has not worked with many editors, but the only two can be said to have master-level skills. Sitting on a bench outside the studio, Dwayne Scott took a large cup of coffee and said after taking a sip, "I want to remind you, Wayne. Zack Snyder is a novice in the film industry and didn't see it, and John doesn't know much about color theory. But the film experts of Warner Brothers and the theater company will definitely understand your arrangement at a glance. The color of the film is too monotonous, which is very likely to cause fatigue in the audience. Will it have a great impact on the final market performance? Although the editor is a technical person, he is also a smart man. He should have discovered the problem during the first fine cutting, but he kept it to himself and didn't say anything until the film was about to be completed. This is the first time I tried to express my creative ideas through the film." Wayne reached out and patted the other person's shoulder with a plain smile on his face. "I know what you mean. It's not too late to regret now, right?" "No, it's too late. This will be the final color scheme of the film." This movie produced by Wayne has neither gorgeous special effects nor any action and supernatural element. What can be relied on to express the director's ideas? That is the color and audio-visual language in the image element. If the audience only pays attention to the plot, they will not only ignore the director's painstaking efforts, but also lose a lot of viewing fun. Color, like light and shadow, is an important visual presentation in film art. Wayne carefully designed his own film color for this Joker, which will be an important step for him to move from a novice to a master. The color on Arthur is mainly composed of red, yellow, green, and blue, and the main color tone of this film is composed of these four colors, which is also what Dwayne Scott is worried about. The first scene from the beginning of the film is composed of red and blue. The first shot of Arthur is putting on makeup in front of the mirror. The red light hits his face, and the background is cold blue. When he puts his finger in his mouth and hooks it up hard, the contrast becomes so great. All the daytime exteriors in the film, the streets, the shop signs, the awnings, the cars, the clothes of pedestrians, everything, still can't escape red, yellow, blue, and green. By contrasting the tones, the environment in which the characters are located is conveyed to the audience, and the inner world of the characters is revealed. This technique is familiar to any senior movie fans. In addition to this part of the fans, they will accept the emotions expressed by the director through colors, but they have not understood it in depth. In the scene on the bus, Arthur's clothes are yellow from the window, the car is green, and the children's clothes are red in the bus. On the streets at night, the overall tone is cold blue, and the tones of the neon lights are red and green. After a few scenes, Wayne can use the contrasting changes of these tones to let the audience deeply feel the coldness and despair of Gotham City through the screen. These colors are invisibly used by Wayne as a narrative tool, and the intentionality of their colors also deepens the rendering and connotation of the film's atmosphere. In all the shots of Arthur's interaction with his mother, although the lighting is warm, both of them are in the shadows, and later with the talk show host, the warm light will hit the faces of the two people, warm and energetic, and then when the picture turns to reality, it becomes cold blue, so cold. The Gotham City in Wayne's lens, and the people in real life, all use color tones to make the audience feel the cold and depressed emotions. Except for Arthur's side, Gotham is full of warm sunlight everywhere, but these have never shone on his face. Wherever Arthur goes, he is not warm in the camera. Wayne. Dawn Scott saw that he suddenly fell into a daze and pushed his shoulder hard. Sorry. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his face hard, which could help him relax his tense spirit. I was distracted. Now, whenever I think about the color, layout, and camera language of the film, my brain will start to calculate automatically. Putting down the coffee cup in his hand, Dwayne Scott turned around and looked him in the eye, saying with a serious expression, "Listen to me, you have been too involved in your work during this period. You must find a way to relax yourself. Actors often get too involved in the role and can't get out of it, and directors also have the same problem. Go back and have a good rest." Fortunately, all the work on this film has come to an end. Otherwise I suspect you really need to see a psychiatrist. I had this state when I was young. Empty your mind. It will be good for you. The mention of a psychiatrist made Wayne's mind move. He was very clear about one thing in his mind, that his distraction was getting worse and worse, especially when he was working. There was also a violent emotion hidden in his heart. A calm mind could suppress this emotion all the time, but he knew that he was indeed a little perverted at some times, and Hallberry was even scared by him. If necessary, after finishing the work on this film, he really had to get a confidentiality agreement and see a psychiatrist. "Thank you, I understand my situation." Wayne nodded to the editor and stood up to go back to rest. As soon as he entered the post-production studio, various post-production plans appeared in his mind. Maybe it was not a psychological problem, but he was too immersed in the role. The Rolls-Royce drove smoothly on the streets of Los Angeles. Wayne suddenly opened the front and rear partitions, looked at Sergio's back and asked, "Do you think I really have some mental problems? Now I'm distracted for longer and longer." "Boss, you think too much." As a personal security guard and driver, Sergio knows his boss very well. "You are just too devoted to your work." "Believe me, boss, I have many comrades with mental problems. You only need to rest for a few days and you will definitely return to normal." Mental problems? No one has more serious mental problems than retired soldiers. Sergio is an elite instructor in the army. He has seen a lot of problems. His boss is at most over-devoted to one thing. "I suggest that after this work is completed, we should not start the production of the next project seamlessly as we did in the past few years." After thinking for a while, the Russian bear's voice came again. "Find a place that you like the most and yearn for the most and go on vacation. This is more effective than anything else. Do you want to go on vacation too? Well, after this movie is off the shelves, let's go on vacation for a while." For 3 consecutive years and 3 consecutive movies, Wayne has been pushing himself to move forward step by step. If this movie achieves the box office he expected, it should be able to give him a break. Not long after, Sergei heard a slight snoring from the back seat. The Russian bear grinned. "This is because the spirit is too tired." Chapter 144 Halftime Advertising Show. Before the end of January 1993, the Joker film had added music and simple special effects. Except for the opening and closing advertisements and the Warner Brothers faucet, all the work on the film had been basically completed. Wayne sent the trailer to Warner Brothers as soon as possible. After finishing this, he dragged his exhausted body back to Ventura. His recent work had ended. He would rest on the farm in Ventura until the Oscars, before returning to Los Angeles. His parents in this life gave him the most selfless love, which also made Wayne want to return to the farm, where life was clean, when he was exhausted. Watching bloody TV series with Anna, and discussing the plots of short stories, cleaning guns and hunting with old Greenberg, and watching football together were definitely the greatest mental relaxation for him after overwork. "Hurry up, Wayne. Pass me the beer." Sitting cross-legged in front of the TV in the living room with a big belly, old Greenberg waved his arms and directed the other 2 men. "Sergei, get off that damn sofa. You have to sit in the front to watch the game." The Russian bear touched his nose, curled up his tall and strong body, and sat cross-legged next to old Greenberg. Wayne brought a large ice bucket with 6 or 7 bottles of beer in front of the 2 of them, and he also sat cross-legged next to his father. The TV was showing the introduction of the Dallas Cowboys and the Buffalo Bills. This year's Super Bowl was held at the Rose Bowl Stadium in Los Angeles. Wayne had proposed that the whole family go to watch it live, but was ruthlessly rejected by old Greenberg. His reason was absolutely powerful. He asked Wayne why the TV at home couldn't see people clearly. Anna Greenberg and assistant Nina sat on the sofa in the back, helplessly watching the 3 men like children, drinking beer and loudly arguing about the game. "Damn it, why is the Super Bowl so boring? Where's the tactics?" The Buffalo Bills quarterback played like a pile of shit. The Buffalo Bills jersey that he was wearing was torn off by the irritable old Greenberg. The team he supported made him lose again in front of his son. At this time, Wayne no longer pretended to face outsiders. He excitedly waved the football in his hand and looked up at his father with a provocative look. "This year's Buffalo Bills are destined to come in vain. The world champion is the Washington Redskins. Dad, admit it, it's only the first half, and the team you support is about to be defeated." This game was indeed extremely boring. The Washington Redskins and the Buffalo Bills went through a lot of hardships to come here. They were afraid that the risky tactics would make mistakes. this game would be played under the attention of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of people, which made both sides even more conservative. Until the end of the first half, the three men watching the game all breathed a sigh of relief and raised their bottles to clink them. All of them were relieved that the ugly game was finally over. I hope the second half will be better. Old Greenberg whispered to several people. Your movie trailer was put in the halftime advertising show, right? I have to say, Warner Brothers is really willing to spend a lot of money. As soon as the first half of the game ended, the 5 people in the living room focused their attention on the TV. Old Greenberg, who kept mumbling, successfully aroused Anna's anger. Reuben, shut up and be quiet. Wayne's trailer is coming soon. After the halftime advertising show began, the first person to come out was supermodel Cindy Crawford. The cool outfit of denim shorts and a white vest made the 3 men swallow their saliva involuntarily. Cindy Crawford in the commercial was simply amazing. Her good figure was fully displayed in the whole scene, especially the clip where she tilted her head back to drink Coca-Cola. Even children were drooling. Yes, this is the sexiest Super Bowl commercial selected by netizens online 20 years later. Cindy Crawford was so sexy when she was young. Here it comes. After the Coca-Cola commercial ended, the trailer made by Wayne himself immediately appeared on the TV screen. Here it comes. In Los Angeles, not far from Ventura County, in the colored urban area, the black gangster Schroeder hugged his underage girlfriend and said the same sentence. Yo, Schroeder you bitch. Jennifer was obviously much more mature in appearance than last year, and her figure was also much more explosive. Just now your eyes have never left that bitch Cindy Crawford. Your mind is not on Wayne's new film at all. Oh my god. The picture that appeared on the TV immediately attracted the attention of the 2 people. The screen suddenly turned completely black, with only a big DC logo in the middle, which entered the picture in less than a second. Arthur, played by Nicolas Cage, was wearing clown makeup and laughing crazily on the subway. Suddenly, he was punched by someone, and he was still laughing crazily. The picture turned, and a cold, chaotic, and depressing Gotham appeared. As various clips kept flashing back, the voiceover sounded. I used to think my life was a tragedy, but now I find that it is actually a comedy. With the constantly switching pictures, it's like a real Gotham, making the couple who were still tearing coins feel like an electric current is passing through their bodies, and they feel like they are trembling. Finally, the clown in a red dress and white makeup on his face fired a gun, and then the camera turned to the end, where Nicolas Cage stood on the roof of the car with his hands raised. Groups of Gotham citizens gathered under the car, and the black crowd was getting bigger and bigger. They all raised their hands crazily and screamed at the bright red Arthur. The 30-second trailer ended quickly, and the ending suddenly turned pure black again. Suddenly, a line of letters appeared in the middle. DC, a work by Wayne Greenberg. On May 15th, witness a miracle with you. Holy S asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jennifer, do you feel it? We are just like living in Gotham. In those few moments, I felt like I was the Joker. Schroeder suddenly became incoherent. He was not well educated, and he could not find any suitable adjectives, even if he racked his brains. Jennifer, who had a hot body, did not care about the quarrel just now. She opened her mouth wide, pointed out the window, and looked at her boyfriend with her mouth opening and closing. We are living in Gotham, Schroeder. Is there any place more like the damn Gotham City than the environment we live in? Ever since Schroeder took his underage girlfriend to watch Get Out a year ago for Face, the 2 of them have been crazy about the director's movies. The 2 bought tickets to watch Get Out more than a dozen times. Then they rented the videotape of Happy Death Day, and the 2 of them became the director's die-hard fans and firm supporters. Now in the colored community, the director Wayne Greenberg has a good reputation. Although he got rid of Halle Berry, one of their own, the films shot by that director and the various gossips in the media are extremely consistent with the dream life of black people. This makes Wayne Greenberg always considered half of his own in the African American community, because the films he shot give black people fair treatment. The various luxury goods advertisements that appeared on the screen later did not attract the attention of the 2 people, whether it was Channel, Dyer, Versace or Tiffany. Even if countless handsome men and beautiful women appeared in the subsequent advertisements, Schroeder and Jennifer could not take a second look. This pair of black drug offenders and skilled women kept recalling the advertisements in their minds. Suddenly, Schroeder shook his head vigorously and grabbed his girlfriend's shoulders. "This is Wayne Greenberg's movie. We have waited for so long. His movie is finally about to be released." The black girl was shaken awake and muttered to herself, "This is completely beyond his first two films. The familiar scene just now is like the community in my daily life. It is cruel, dark, depressing and real. This is a typical Wayne Greenberg style film." After saying this, she ignored her equally excited boyfriend, rushed to the calendar, turned to May 15th, 1993, picked up a Macute pen, and made a heavy mark. "Joker, Schroeder. This movie is called Joker. We must watch it many times in May." Jennifer believed that by then, not only herself, but the entire colored community would be crazy about the director again. Wayne Greenberg is the only director who can make the gang members like Hey Brothers willingly put aside all their grudges and go to the theater to watch a movie together. Just as she thought, not only in the colored community in downtown Los Angeles, but also in large and small African American communities across North America, many black boys and girls have seen this unprecedented trailer. At that time, how much impact these fans who were unexpected by Wayne and Warner Brothers would have, no one can know now. At least Wayne completely ignored how much influence his half of the black people had on this group of people at the bottom of society. This trailer resonated with this group of people with just a few scenes. In such a large area of North America, in countless cities of all sizes, only this group of people lived in the real Gotham all day long. In fact, the impact of this trailer was far more than that. After all, people of color were only a minority. In the countless white families who liked football, the storm caused was far greater than what Warner Brothers and Wayne had expected. Except for the few richest people, everyone more or less found their own shadow in it. Chapter 145 DC Dark Storm sweeps across America. Unlike the chaotic downtown of Los Angeles, the Santa Monica Villa area in the suburbs is much safer. In the home of Todd McCarthy, a famous film critic of The Hollywood Reporter, this film critic, who is known for his bitter and harsh language, stared at the TV in front of him in amazement. DC, a work by Wayne Greenberg. On May 15th, witness a miracle with you. Oh my god, that madman who worships darkness, what kind of shocking masterpiece has he created again? Thinking back to the trailer just now, Todd McCarthy was shocked by the light and shadow language shown in it with his professional vision and experience. The extremely contrasting colors set off a whole picture of a sad metropolis, which deeply impressed this so-called top film expert. Moreover, with this unprecedented publicity method, this trailer that was only 30 seconds long and was extremely exciting was sent to tens of millions of people. Warner's publicity and promotion innovation will definitely change the promotion methods of all distribution companies after 1993. This famous film critic knew that Joker, an alternative and thrilling film, would become a super box office bomb in this summer season if nothing unexpected happened. With a click, he turned off the TV that was playing other commercials, picked up the phone at hand, and dialed the number of another old film critic in Los Angeles. The call was quickly connected, and before he could say anything, he heard rapid panting and words from the other end. "Todd, what did that kid do? Damn it, Wayne Greenberg released a demon. I was stunned by those pictures just now." In just a few dozen seconds, he concentrated almost all the social problems in North America. Hey, Kenneth. Todd McCarthy had to interrupt the other party's long speech, otherwise there would be no way to discuss serious matters in a short time. "We feel the same. Damn it, listen to me. The two of us must contact Warner Brothers together, otherwise they will never give priority to inviting film critics to their internal previews. We have to take the initiative, Kenneth." There was an obvious pause on the other end of the phone. "You mean we go to their internal preview? Todd, that's difficult. Warner Brothers will definitely have to go through their own previews to make sure there is no room for modification before inviting us and the cinema before the film is released. This is the normal procedure for film releases. Only after the production company has its own film experts watch the preview once or several times to make sure there are no problems with the film will it invite cinema companies, media, and film critics before the film is released. Otherwise, if there is an accident during the screening, the professional reputation of the film will face collapse. At least our own people have watched it first, and if there are any unsatisfactory parts, they can ask the director and producer to modify it. If they are really dissatisfied, they can even ask the producer to re-edit it. There is a way. It depends on whether you are willing to sell favors. Todd McCarthy dared to make this call and naturally thought of the idea of bypassing Warner Brothers. I remember you and Wayne Greenberg hit it off at first sight. Go find the director himself. He is the leader of this project, and the producer is just a decoration. He may not remember other things, but he remembers very clearly that Kenneth Turan and the director hit it off at first sight and had a great chat at the party. This idea was not a good one, especially for Kenneth Turan, which once again caused silence on the other end of the phone. Kenneth Turan knew that, as long as he went to find the director, this matter would definitely not be a problem. But the price to pay was that no matter how good the quality of the film was, after it was released, he had to sing praises for him and spare no effort. This was the default rule, and Warner Brothers didn't even need to do any public relations for him. I agree. I will call Wayne Greenberg tomorrow. Before he could be happy, Kenneth Turan's words came again. I can't let myself pay the price. Since you can't help but want to watch the movie in advance, your film review published in the Hollywood Reporter must be in line with my pace. No problem. Then it's settled. I believe his new film will have a hurricane-like impact on Hollywood, which is now seriously assembly-lined. After saying that, he hung up the phone, ignored the Super Bowl, which he only watched half of, and went directly to the computer in the living room. Todd McCarthy has never been a pedantic and conservative old-school film critic. His ability to accept new things may be better than most young people in North America. As the big head display entered the boot interface, the host made a buzzing startup sound. He skillfully opened a new gathering place for online movie fans. On this website he had just discovered, there were a large number of hardcore fans. Internet Movie Database, IMDb. This is an online database about movie actors, movies, TV shows, movie stars and film production that he accidentally discovered. The influence of this website is still growing rapidly. The information in IMDb includes a lot of information about the film, including actors, length, content, introduction, rating, and the most important comment area, and it allows fans to rate the movie themselves. Sure enough, the simple information of the movie Joker has been included in the website. Todd McCarthy skillfully clicked on the discussion board and joined in as an ordinary fan. First, he skillfully left a paragraph of his own words in the comment area of the movie. How serious has the class stratification in this society become? It has reached the point where everything can become good film material. So Hollywood gave birth to great directors like Wayne Greenberg. Counting the films he created, all of them are about the lower class people expressing the most likely choices in the films: struggle, accusation, madness, absurdity, distortion. The dark side of these people's hearts. This Super Bowl halftime advertising show may be just a fresh sense of excitement and expectation for the public, but the impact on all practitioners in the industry is far more than that. Also staring at the TV in amazement was the main competitor of Joker, the director and producer of Clerks and the Mountain. On the day of the Super Bowl, which is known as the most important unofficial holiday in North America, Rennie Holland couldn't take his eyes off the TV for a long time. He just wanted to take a look at the result of the game. Unexpectedly, he saw the trailer of such a movie just after the halftime show started. Just from the trailer that just ended, he judged that Paul's words were alright. This is definitely not just a simple R-rated film like the previous ones. The quality of this film is far better than the previous two small productions, especially the Metropolis shown in the film. In just a few tens of seconds, he, an old producer, was immersed in the atmosphere and had emotional resonance. This is simply terrible. At this moment, as a competitor, Rennie Holland had to admire the director and had to admit that the young man Wayne Greenberg had reached the peak of his style. Such an alternative super commercial film turned out to be his competitor, and even if he wanted to avoid it now, it was too late. Considering this, he couldn't help but pick up the phone in his hand and dialed Paul Turner's number. After the call was connected, both of them were silent for a while, and only the sound of each other's breathing reminded the other party that they were listening. Rennie, C., the person who made this plan to promote the film, is simply a genius. The publicity department of Warner Brothers is really amazing. No, Paul. Leaning weakly on the sofa, Rennie Hall indirectly interrupted the other party's sigh. It's the quality of the film, damn it, you've got it all right. Hearing the producer's weak and irritable voice, Paul Turner knew that it was bad. No matter what, the producer couldn't give up before the film was released. Cliffhanger might not be as good as the other parties, but the box office performance would really have to be tested by the market. What if the other party's film was just well received by the professional community, but the fans didn't admit it? It's not impossible. There are many films that are well received but not popular. This is not a reason for the producer to collapse first. Sony Columbia deliberately put the film in the summer of 1993 to make this year's performance look better. If they had known this, they might as well have released it early during the Christmas season. Rennie, no film company has ever been so extravagant as to advertise in the Super Bowl in the past. It's hard to say how effective it will be. After a pause, he continued, the trailer's quality is nothing. Maybe this is the essence of all his films. There are many big productions that the audience doesn't buy. The other party's words gave Rennie Harlin some reminders. Now he not only has to hope for a miracle to happen, but also has to take the initiative to do something. He can't just watch the other party's film easily crush his own. He didn't continue to listen to the comfort of Columbia's distribution director and hung up the phone directly. There are some things that Paul hasn't told him yet. He knows that, after watching the sample film, Warner Brothers directly adjusted the importance of Joker to The Fugitive, led by superstar Harrison Ford, and The Pelican, led by Julia Roberts and Denzel Washington. This production, which was definitely not very important, has become the top level of Warner Brothers summer season. As I said, there are no secrets in Hollywood. It depends on whether you want to deliberately understand it. Rennie Harlin happened to be paying attention to the other party. Before he saw the trailer, he felt nothing. After seeing it, he could only feel a sense of despair spreading. This short 30-second DC dark storm swept across North America and the other 4 countries of the English-speaking 5 friends at a speed that no one could have imagined. Chapter 146. Wayne is like a willful child. Countless fans and critics are waiting. The beginning of the 1993 summer season is destined to be an unusual carnival. I just don't know whether the smug smile belongs to Warner Brothers or Sony Columbia. The storm outside could not reach the farm in Ventura County. Wayne stayed quietly at home until early February and finally rushed back to Los Angeles before the Academy Awards ceremony. In fact, this Oscar event has basically nothing to do with Wayne. He did not invest in a public relations, lobbying shoe company himself and asked Warner Brothers to invest resources in a sure place. For this Hollywood film event, Wayne's age is a flaw. Even if Warner Brothers and him work together to tackle the problem, according to his own analysis, the probability of getting a nomination for Best Director is no more than 30%. And this is obviously very cost-effective compared to the money and personal relationships to be wasted. It is better to save up now and wait until you are sure enough, and then mobilize all the resources that can be mobilized in one fell swoop to win the little golden man that makes all directors crazy. The Rolls-Royce Silver Thor, which was cleaned by Sergey, drove smoothly on the way to the California Music Center. In addition to Wayne, the invited director, there was also Naomi Watts, who was dressed very exquisitely. She was wearing a dark evening dress, which made her skin look even whiter. Black is a color that will never go wrong. This saying has been circulating among female stars. This is the latest model specially customized by the Australian beauty from Channel. The purpose of choosing black is just to match Wayne's dressing style. After all, no matter what event this man attends, he always wears a dark handmade suit. DC's dark storm is sweeping across the United States. Director Wayne Greenberg will once again present a stunning masterpiece to fans. The pioneering work of the publicity and promotion departments of Warner Brothers at the Super Bowl has successfully made this DC comic adaptation masterpiece appear in front of fans in more than 180 countries, which will once again promote the globalization of the Hollywood film industry. This is a report from the Washington Post, which is still a neutral and objective perspective. The rest of the media is simply praising you mindlessly. Wayne, how do you feel about your name sweeping across the United States? Naomi Watts rolled up the newspaper she had just read into a microphone and stretched it in front of Wayne, making an interview gesture with him. Naomi. He glanced at the entire street that was about to be blocked from the car window and shook his head helplessly. Everyone likes to hear good words, but the final results still depend on the box office. Just take the media's praise for granted, don't take it seriously. Hearing his serious words, Naomi Watts rolled her eyes. She just saw the big boy's mouth corners rise. Boring. You're becoming more and more like a damn old man. It would be great if the media was reporting on me these days. It's the biggest waste to give you all this fame. Perhaps even Warner Brothers itself didn't expect that this incident would have such a big impact, but they were not slow to act. All the media under its umbrella quickly followed up and hyped up the film, making sure to promote Joker and Wayne to the public in advance. Even Time Warner has slightly extended a finger. TNT, HBO and other large TV stations under its umbrella have repeatedly broadcast different versions of the trailer for Joker. This kind of publicity has created a common expectation for the film among the public, media, film critics and theater companies. Do you want to listen to anything else? Do you want to read a brainless praise for you, or a pilot review by some film critics? Naomi Watts flipped through the newspaper on the seat, choosing the next thing to read to kill time. How about Chicago Sunshine? Roger Ebert has mixed opinions about you. Wayne didn't take these things to heart. After all, a director must rely on his works and box office to speak. However, the red carpet in front of the Hollywood theater was crowded with cars today, so he just listened out of boredom. But the mention of Roger Ebert aroused some interest in him. Tell me, what did he say about me? You may not like to hear it. Okay. The Australian beauty took the newspaper and cleared his throat. It is talented young people like Wayne Greenberg who have allowed Hollywood, which is seriously homogenized, to retain some artistic space. His first two films did a good job of exploring the inner world of the characters. The themes of the stories are also full of explorations of human nature, and he uses the dark side to express his attitude. What a pity. This young man is blinded by the high box office figures. He should go back and continue to create independent art films instead of creating this kind of summer blockbuster production, which will lead him to a vulgar commercial path and waste his own talents. He is like a willful child who doesn't listen to instructions. Okay, Nami. He waved to interrupt the woman who was getting happier and happier as she read. He was sure that the old bastard Roger Ebert had never seen the trailer of the film. He just glanced at the production numbers before being interviewed, otherwise he wouldn't say such a thing. We are getting off the car soon, get ready. Throw away that damn sun. The car finally reached the edge of the red carpet at a turtle-like speed. Naomi Watts glanced out the window and teased, so you don't like to hear bad things either, haha. After glancing at the next person, Wayne shrugged. No one likes to hear those shitty words. I'm not a masochist. Okay, pay attention. We are getting off the car. As the car door opened, Wayne got out of the car first, turned around and reached out to help Naomi Watts down. He ignored the violent flashes and strode towards the theater in trance in his original style. This caused another problem. A female star in front had just walked halfway and was about to be caught up by Wayne and the other two behind. All the reporters were making gestures to her to hurry up, but the female star ignored them and continued to move forward step by step. There was no way. The two people behind had to slow down their pace. They couldn't overtake the person in front. Wayne still had this kind of self-cultivation. What is that lady doing, Wayne? Maintaining an elegant smile, Naomi Watts took his arm and asked softly. Wayne was helpless about this. He knew that this was just a chance to get on the red carpet. No one knew since which Oscars there had been such people. They could not get an invitation letter to the Oscars, so they appeared on the red carpet through their agency or sponsorship. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you later. Looking at the girl in front of him who was moving forward step by step, Wayne doubted that she could walk the short red carpet for an hour. Fortunately, the security personnel could not stand it anymore and took the initiative to walk on the red carpet and pulled the woman away. Wayne, look here. Director Greenberg, pose. Hey, Wayne, here. Even though he was responsible for publicity and exposure, Wayne ignored the shouts of countless photographers on both sides of the red carpet and went straight to the interview area at the end of the red carpet. The two came to the door of the theater. Before the reporter came up, Naomi Watts sided the girl's back. It seems that I'm not thick-skinned enough. As the most popular topic in North America these days, he just walked into the interview area and was greeted by a reporter from ABC TV. There was a camera behind him, and it seemed that he was being broadcast live across the United States. Director Greenberg, Get Out only received 3 nominations, and there was no Best Director. Do you think the Academy ignored you? The first question from the female reporter aroused his vigilance. According to the routine he had memorized in advance, Wayne smiled at the camera. Being nominated is a great encouragement to me. I'm still young, and the Academy has given me and the film enough. The reporter then asked, will you get a Best Director nomination for your next film? I will try my best to do it. Age is something that the younger you are, the more you have the advantage, but it is not the case with the Oscars. The old men who control the Academy will never allow a young man in his early 20s to easily get the little golden man as the highest achievement. There have been rumors that you and Naomi Watts are lovers. The female reporter gestured to the girl who was responsible for smiling beside her. You asked her to be the heroine of 2 consecutive films. Can you talk about what your relationship is? We are just good friends. Wayne smiled and patted the girl's arm. When I was still a student, we were neighbors, so our relationship has always been great, but we are not boyfriend and girlfriend, so don't get me wrong. Her male fans will want to kill me. The reporter handed the microphone to Naomi Watts. What do you think of your friendship? Partners. Yes, partners. The Australian girl's delicate face looked at Wayne at the right time. Our friendship is like a pair of partners who have walked together from a narrow apartment to the current partners. Wayne is a genius, and his pace of progress is very fast, but he has never left me alone to run forward, so he invited me to play the heroine in both of his films. Okay, thank you both. The reporter saw another wave of people coming on the red carpet and quickly ended the simple interview. After entering the California Music Center, Jeff Robinoff, who had been waiting here for a long time, led them to the crew together with his agent Jimmy and assistant Nina. After sitting down, Jeff looked around and whispered to him, "You're definitely going to win the best screenplay. Don't expect any other awards. All of Warner's resources are invested in this." He nodded gently. "I understand." The crew members of Get Out arrived one after another. Everyone seemed very relaxed. Obviously, everyone understood that they were here just to show their faces and go through the motions. Chapter 147 Lucky Boy. "Hi, Wayne." Hearing someone greet him, Wayne looked up and saw the radiant Uma Thurman. The man next to her aroused his great interest. "Hi, Uma." He stood up and shook hands with the actress he had worked with before, and then turned his eyes to the man next to him. This man had recognizable facial features and looked casual and free and easy. Later, netizens gave him a nickname, Ruffian. As soon as Wayne saw him, a picture appeared in his mind. He proudly said "NIUB" in Chinese. "Hello, Director Greenberg, Quentin Tarantino." Ruffian Quentin extended his hand to him. "Nice to meet you, Director Tarantino." After greeting, Quentin was obviously very interested in him. He should have intended to let Uma Thurman introduce him to him. "You know, this woman and Wayne have a very ordinary relationship." The ruffian director's body language is very rich when he speaks, and at this moment he is waving his hands to gesture, while saying, "I've seen all your films. You know, our filming concepts and styles are very similar. Especially the treatment of those beautiful bloody shots. Oh my god. It's like we discussed it beforehand." Wayne kept smiling while listening to his chattering. Uma Thurman slapped her forehead, poked him hard, and reminded him in a low voice, "Honey, we should go. Sorry, we can talk together when we have time." Before leaving, the strange-looking director also handed him a business card. He handed the business card with only his name and phone number to Nina, and then smiled, and shook his head and sat down. The Australian beauty who had been watching them greet each other stared at Uma Thurman's back and said, "This woman was with Ethan Hawke before, but I didn't expect her to change to this director so soon. Stop gossiping, Nami. If Uma Thurman didn't kick Ethan Hawke, how could she hook up with Quentin? If you think about it, you can understand that Quentin and Uma's most important masterpiece should have started filming after Kill Bill. The violent aesthetics of this gangster director will be fully developed." The Oscar ceremony started at the right time, interrupting Naomi Watts' gossiping mind. She and Uma Thurman have never gotten along well, and she has also been quite derogatory about this woman in her words. The host Billy Chris wore a clown mask in a funny way, and the first sentence he said was to tease Wayne. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the beautiful and charming Gotham City. I'm your old friend Arthur the Clown." Hey, Wayne, don't just applaud. You irresponsibly sent me to the whole United States. Now how can I go back? Ha. The whole audience was filled with good-natured laughter and applause. Wayne also stood up with a smile and bowed slightly to the audience. It was not just Wayne himself who was teased. Billy Chris, who was a talk show host, made up a lot of words, from Al Pacino's Scent of a Woman to Robert Downey Jr.'s Chaplin, almost teasing all the actors in the nominated films. Then everyone found that the only highlight of this event was probably Billy Chris's talk show. After entering the formal session, various boring and nostalgic performances began, interspersed with some small awards. It was not until Naomi Watts gently pushed him that Wayne came out of his distracted state. Anne Bancroft and Dustin Hoffman were on the stage, introducing the list of nominees for Best Original Screenplay. Lorenzo's Oil, Unforgiven, The Crying Game, Get Out, The Good Couple. Dustin Hoffman paused for a moment, then smiled and said to the microphone, "The winner of the Best Original Screenplay is Get Out, Wayne Greenberg. Congratulations." Although this was expected, it also made Wayne get the first little golden man in his life. He buttoned up his suit and hugged Naomi Watts. "Dear, congratulations." "Thank you, Naomi." Then he hugged everyone in the crew one by one, and the last one happened to be the funny Will Smith. He hugged Wayne and shouted loudly in his ear, "Brother, you got that damn little golden man. Congratulations." Amid the warm applause of the audience, Wayne took the little golden man from Dustin Hoffman. Although this thing is not a particularly important award, it is at least a consolation for him. "First of all, I want to thank the Academy for giving me this recognition. This is the greatest compliment for my hard work. I also want to thank the crew for their efforts. It is you who made this film enter the Oscars. Finally, I want to thank my father, Reuben Greenberg. Dad, thank you for risking your retirement money to pay for my first film. It is you who taught me how to be a man. Finally, I want to say to my mother, Anna Greenberg, Mom, I will be proud of you." After saying that, he waved the little golden man in his hand amid the applause and walked to the backstage of the music hall. Wayne's winning did not cause any waves, and the award ceremony was still going on slowly. At this moment, in the back row of the music hall, someone sat up instantly after hearing Reuben Greenberg's name. Sitting here are executives of New Line Cinema, and the one who reacted is Shay, the president of New Line. Shay's mouth came out with a voice that only he could hear. "Wayne Greenberg, Reuben Greenberg, I should have thought of it earlier. I didn't expect you to have grown up so much." Shay knew very well what the relationship between this former little nephew and Warner Brothers was. New Line Cinema, which he now controls, is facing a merger with Time Warner. Although it was acquired indirectly, they can be regarded as a family. However, the only advantage is that Shay still retains the controlling rights and independent management rights of New Line. He does not need to be too constrained by Warner, but can enjoy Warner's resources. "Reuben, I wonder if your son knows what happened back then." His voice disappeared in the noisy music hall. There were no upset films at this Oscars. The Best Adapted Screenplay Golden Statue was given to Howard's End. The Best Supporting Actress was Marissa Tomei's My Cousin Vinny, and Gene Hackman won the Best Supporting Actor for his performance in Unforgiven. The most important awards were exactly the same as predicted by the media. The Best Actor was Al Pacino in Scent of a Woman, the Best Actress was Emma Thompson in Howard's End, and the Best Film was Unforgiven. And the best director was the old cowboy who was expected by everyone, Clint Eastwood in Unforgiven. After the long award ceremony, most of the actresses at the scene went from listless to energetic again. Everyone was ready to attend the party hosted by Vanity Fair. This was the main purpose of many people attending the Oscars. Most of the powerful people in Hollywood would appear at the party. This party was full of opportunities. As long as you could seize one, you could change the fate of many people. All of this was arranged by Warner Brothers, and Wayne could only move with the crowd to the Four Seasons Hotel. Jeff Robinov began to take him around to greet people. The videotape of Get Out will be distributed throughout the United States tomorrow. With the name of the Oscar statuette, Warner Brothers will make a fortune this time. Not far away, Townsend Rothman was holding a glass of wine and chatting quietly with Jandy Bond beside him. Bond had just signed a contract with 20th Century Fox and was ready to start preparing for the new project's speed. Townsend, you missed him at the beginning. Maybe you can invite him back when his next project starts. Of course, this depends on Wayne Greenberg's performance in the summer. Bond looked at the young director with envy. Recently, his film has aroused discussion across the United States. Looking at Wayne with regret, Townsend Rothman said with a sigh, "We tried to invite him back to direct Happy Death Day 2, but unfortunately his agent refused. It is unlikely in the past 2 years. He has been tied to Warner Brothers. Even I misjudged him in this matter. Who would have thought that such a young man's success is not accidental?" The conversation not far away could not be heard by Wayne. He was obviously drunk at this moment. He was about to ask Naomi Watts to go back early, but the big man who took the initiative to greet him made him stop. "Wayne, you did a great job. Many people are watching you. Don't be sad about the Oscar. As long as you keep improving, you will definitely get some things." The compliments and comfort from the other party made Wayne feel relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Spielberg. I will keep working hard." This old Jewish man, who is the best director when he picks up the camera and a businessman when he puts it down, must have a very good impression of Wayne. He treated him as his own after just a few words. Steven Spielberg looked like he was supporting his juniors. In fact, he was really a good man to the Jewish descendants. "Let's play golf together when we have time. I will introduce Jeffrey Katzenberg and George Lucas to you. There are very few talented young people like you in our group." This gave Wayne a huge surprise. He knew that, although he had some status in the circle, he was still far behind these Jewish bosses. So he thought about it and took this rare opportunity to make an invitation. "Director Spielberg, if you have time, I would like to invite you to attend the premiere of Joker, to see the stylized film I made." "When?" "Soon. It will be scheduled for mid-May," Wayne said quickly. The old Jewish man frowned and thought for a while and finally nodded. "I will go. Remember to ask Warner to send me an invitation letter. Good luck." I just caught up with the time. After politely exchanging contact information with the other party and saying goodbye, Wayne felt like he was dreaming. These characters were temporarily out of his reach. This was no longer a matter of status. He quickly found Jeff, who was chatting, and told him the news. Even Jeff sighed. "Lucky boy, this year is an important year for Spielberg. I didn't expect that he would agree to let you attend the premiere in the gap between two films." Damn. Wayne woke up instantly. It was Schindler's List in Jurassic Park. Chapter 148 exploded before it was ready. Wayne was thinking silently about the reason why the old Jewish man Spielberg was so optimistic about him on the way back to the manor from the Four Seasons Hotel. This was not the first time he had taken advantage of being Jewish. Even if people outside this group understood some things, the racial advantage would indeed allow this small group of people to be more or less cared for, making it easier for them to stand out in this circle. But these were obviously not the reasons why Spielberg, a big man, would squeeze out time to attend the premiere of a junior like him. Wayne had a very clear understanding of his own position, and he did not have such a big face yet. Thinking of the old man asking him to play golf together when he had time, and the big man he wanted to introduce, Wayne suddenly looked up and asked his assistant, "Nina, I remember saying a few days ago that Jeffrey Katzenberg was in conflict with Michael Eisner, right?" The car had already entered the manor, and the assistant was about to remind him to get out of the car. When she heard the boss's irrelevant question, she was stunned and immediately flipped out her record book, which recorded the changes of most Hollywood executives. Yes, but that happened a few days ago. Pointing at her newly added record, Nina asked her boss to look at it. Jimmy got the news from CAA that the tyrant Michael Eisner of Disney will kick Jeffrey Katzenberg out of the animation studio and the Disney Group soon. That's right, he nodded after listening and walked towards the bedroom on the third floor while thinking. Naomi Watts, who was following behind him, looked puzzled. This was not like Wayne's attitude towards her. Normally, as long as the two of them didn't see each other for a long time, the man would always be eager to carry her to bed, and everything would be discussed later. He always behaved like an animal. Nina, what happened at the party? Looking at Wayne's back with a worried look on her face, the Australian beauty asked the assistant softly. I have been socializing in the Australian actor circle, and didn't notice his situation. As she went upstairs, the assistant shook her head. It was the wrong person to ask her about this matter. Even if Nina saw everything, she would never tell anyone about anything that happened to her boss. Her idea was very simple. If Wayne wanted Naomi Watts to know something, he would never tell her. The cool evening breeze blew on the balcony, and wisps of green smoke came out of the white lounge chair. A white and slender finger suddenly took the cigarette from the man's mouth and put it out directly in the ashtray. Naomi Watts had just finished taking a shower in the bathroom. She was only wearing a white bath towel and looked down at the man who had been brainstorming. Honey, I don't mean to interrupt your thinking, but it's almost 1 in the morning. Maybe you can think about some things tomorrow? From Wayne's lying point of view, the bath towel of this Australian beauty was like a cover-up, which could not cover anything. It made her white and glowing skin look more attractive. The straight and slender thighs hit Wayne's aesthetic point, and he couldn't help but reach out his hand. Dear, you are beautiful today. Then, in the exclamation of Naomi Watts, he picked her up and turned to the bedroom. After everything calmed down, Naomi Watts lay on the man's chest and fell asleep with steady breathing. Wayne gently lit another cigarette and continued to think about what he had been thinking about before, mumbling that only he could hear. Jeffrey Katzenberg, Steven Spielberg, then we still need David Geffen? No, they should have been contacted by now. The 7th of Hollywood is coming. 1994 is coming soon, and Wayne feels that Spielberg, the good old man, should be planning DreamWorks in advance. His care for him must be due to the fact that he is of the same ethnic group, but there is no guarantee that there is no factor for future planning. This made him sigh again involuntarily. It's not easy to repay the favors of the big guys in the circle. After saying that, he put out the cigarette in his hand, turned off the desk lamp, and fell asleep with the Australian beauty in his arms. Time is slowly moving forward. After the Oscars ceremony, the media never mentioned the previous predictions and began to collectively criticize the Academy's rigid thinking on a large scale and began to complain about the films that were not selected. This happens every year. Regardless of whether the winners are in line with predictions, as soon as the awards season ends, there will definitely be a wave of voices complaining for the losers. There are also many media outlets that are speaking up for Wayne. They think that a director who has performed so well in the past 2 years has not received a nomination for Best Director. This is obviously proof that the Academy is getting older and older, and the old men are less willing to give young people opportunities. Amid all these disturbing voices, May has quietly arrived, and the battle for the summer season is about to begin again. For the internal preview of Joker, Warner Bros. Invited film critics, media, and representatives of the Theatre Alliance that have been cooperating with it. The film's professional reputation has been rising since then. In particular, the two major Los Angeles film critics Kenneth Turan and Todd McCarthy began to praise them in their own columns in The Hollywood Reporter and Los Angeles Times respectively. Representatives of the North American Theatre Alliance subsequently opened a screening scale of more than 3,400 theaters for Joker on May 15th. After entering May, Warner Bros. Suddenly began a large-scale bombardment propaganda campaign. Different versions of the trailer for Joker appeared on various public television stations and cable TV networks. Its large and small print media began to hype the film gossip continuously, and it was bound to make the information about the upcoming release of Joker appear in front of the general public at any time. On the third weekend of May, as soon as the theater opened its doors in the morning, it was overwhelmed by the enthusiastic fans who swarmed in. This wave of movie watching caused many theaters that were not well prepared to encounter various unexpected accidents. Fortunately, fans are also entering the screening room one after another. Although a large number of fans continue to come, the theater has finally slowly restored order. At the same time, theater companies across the United States were shocked by the sudden abnormal market performance. Today is Friday, and it is still a working day. Even the premiere of the film was scheduled tonight, and has not started yet. At noon, almost all the headquarters of large and small theater chains received reports from their subordinate theater managers to change the screening plan, requiring that the number of screenings of Joker be increased on the first day. Of course, it is not a problem to increase the number of screenings temporarily. The theater chain also exists for profit. However, if you want more screenings, you will face an embarrassing problem. What's wrong? What's the hurry? Wayne hurriedly opened the car door and walked down. He asked Jimmy, the anxious agent waiting at the door. I have a lot of things waiting for the premiere tonight. What's the matter with Warner Brothers that requires me to come here at this time? Without bothering to answer his client's questions, Jimmy pulled him and wanted to jog into the building. This was hard for the assistant in high heels, who stumbled and ran with a briefcase. It was not until they entered the elevator that Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "It exploded, Wayne. It exploded." "What? Don't you watch the news?" The agent still looked anxious, staring at the numbers that kept jumping in the elevator. Many media have reported that, as soon as the theater opened this morning, fans who wanted to watch Joker lined up in a long line. With a ding, the elevator door just opened, and the agent grabbed his client and dragged him straight to the president's office. Hey, Jimmy. Wayne was obviously a little impatient. He started busy this morning, preparing for the grand premiere tonight, but was called here by an urgent call from his agent, and his words were not clear. "There is a queue for our film, isn't this a good thing? Damn it, I'm so busy that I don't have time to read the news." Before the agent could answer, he was pulled into the office by John, who was waiting at the door of the office. Kevin Tsujihara was yelling at the phone in the room. "I don't care if you work overtime or what, even if you give the workers a raise, you have to print out those damn copies." After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone with a click. When he saw Wayne coming in, he was about to speak when he was interrupted by a ringing phone. While answering the phone, Kevin Tsujihara glanced at him apologetically and pointed to the sofa in the lounge. "Yes, I have asked the printing factory to work overtime to speed up production. The copies will be sent to your theaters tomorrow." Okay, no problem." Also sitting in the lounge were Jeff Robinoff, the head of film and television production, Thomas Menz, the head of the distribution department, and their secretaries. After Wayne sat down, Jeff explained in a low voice, "Joker had a huge explosion at the beginning of this morning, completely ignoring the rule that it was Friday and a working day. We in the theaters underestimated the influence of the Super Bowl, Wayne." All. Before he finished speaking, CEO Kevin Tsujihara came over with a look of surprise on his face, patted Wayne's shoulder vigorously, and a smile filled his thin face. He continued with Jeff's words, "All theater companies called us and asked for more copies of the film. But our publicity and distribution department didn't prepare so much, so managers of various theater companies including AMG, Imperial Cinemas, American Artists, etc. called my office." Wayne himself didn't expect this to happen, and he asked back subconsciously, "Didn't they print 4,800 copies in advance? Not enough. Not enough." Chapter 149, A Magnificent Mind. Never doubt the enthusiasm of North American moviegoers. There is no doubt that the names of Joker and Wayne Greenberg have spread all over North America after the influence of the Super Bowl halftime advertising show. Later, under the guidance of Warner Brothers and its parent company Time Warner, the general public is full of expectations for this film. In the nearly 1 week before the release, Warner Brothers began to bombard the film at all costs. Wayne, I have never seen a film that violates the laws of the market like this. You are very likely to create a miracle in R-rated films. CEO Kevin Tsujihara waited for him to digest the information and exclaimed sincerely, I called you here urgently because we decided to increase the publicity and promotion funds and change the subsequent promotion plan. Hearing the good news of the increase in publicity funds, he immediately drew his attention back. How much? $20 million US. As the head of Warner Brothers said this number, Wayne almost couldn't help but wave his fist to celebrate. Wayne is very clear about how much influence a film's publicity and promotion investment has on the final results. It can be said that this is a high input and high output business. The budget for the promotion of Joker is as high as $20 million US. Now the budget has been doubled, which basically guarantees the release in the second half of May. The film will appear in various media channels across North America at any time and anywhere. The promotion plan has also changed, Wayne Thomas Mentz from the distribution department said at this time, according to our original arrangement, you will lead the team to fly to major cities in the United States immediately after the premiere, fly to the UK 2 weeks later, and then start a global promotion roadshow. But now it seems that this is obviously unreasonable. In this way, you will take Halle Berry as one group, and Nicolas Cage and Robert De Niro will take the remaining main actors to promote in North America into groups and fly to the UK together a week later. What do you think? After the other party finished speaking, he stared at Wayne. Now they must consider all the feelings of this director. I have no opinion. The promotion work will be arranged by Warner. He didn't care about the changes in this regard. It was nothing more than a tighter schedule. It was also for his own benefit to cooperate with the distribution company's promotion. He had to get a share of the box office for this film. After briefly discussing some situations that occurred due to the unexpected popularity of the film, Wayne immediately returned to the manor with a few people. He had a lot of things to do today. He went back to change into the prepared dress and rushed to the Hollywood Chinese Theater early. As the night fell, Los Angeles, which had been noisy all day, slowly took away the temperature in the air with the breeze. In front of the Hollywood Chinese Theater, a long red carpet was laid out. On one side of the red carpet were a large number of media reporters and photographers, and on the other side were a large number of fans. Some of them were lucky enough to enter the theater and attend the premiere ceremony. Wayne and Halle Berry stepped onto the red carpet very early today. As the host of this premiere, Wayne also had the job of welcoming guests, so he was the first to walk onto the red carpet with Black Pearl. Wayne, great job, I'm your diehard. Wayne. From the moment he stepped onto the red carpet, he triggered a burst of screams from fans. It was also noticed that some fans were holding the poster of Joker and the issue of Vanity Fair with him on the cover, waving them vigorously in this direction. He was ready to walk the red carpet at his own pace, but when he saw this, he walked towards the fans with Black Pearl, ready to sign autographs for this small group of die-hard fans. Wayne's behavior immediately attracted the attention of security, and Sergey also ran over immediately. No one knew what these crazy fans would do. If something went wrong with the director before the premiere, it would be a lot of fun. Thank you. With a warm smile, he kept signing posters and kept expressing his gratitude to the supporters. Until a black couple appeared in front of him. Their dress was obviously different from the people around them. The black couple was dressed like hippies, obviously from the bottom of society. The girl had a permed afro, a nose stud, and huge earrings. She was holding a copy of Vanity Fair in her hand and shouted loudly, "Wayne, we have watched your film dozens of times. Please sign it for us." When he took the magazine to sign, the girl jumped on him excitedly and gave him a big hug. This instantly caused chaos. Sergey and two security guards immediately pulled the black girl down and prepared to take measures. Hey, man. Jennifer didn't mean it. She just loves Wayne too much. Please let her go, please. Her boyfriend kept explaining and sent a pleading look to Wayne. Seeing this situation, regardless of the shock of Halle Berry holding him, he quickly stepped forward to pull away the security guards and picked up the black girl. Sergey, let go of this lady. She didn't want to hurt me. After returning the signed magazine to the girl, Wayne smiled and watched her being pulled back into the crowd by her boyfriend. After the unexpected situation, He didn't dare to continue to be willful. He pulled Black Pearl and hurried to the theater door. Bob, did you take all the photos? In the media area on the other side of the red carpet, Bella Grant stared at the photographer and kept shouting loudly, "Okay, I promise that the photos I took around here are the clearest and most complete." The photographer said with a long sigh of relief as his glasses left the camera. "Hurry, Bella, the director is in the interview area, let's go." As soon as Bob finished speaking, Bella ran with the microphone in her high heels, heading straight for the interview area at the entrance of the theater. She wanted to grab the best position. Last time, she wrote a detailed feature on Get Out, which directly promoted this beautiful reporter to a high level. This time, she was even more motivated. Joker caused a sensation in the United States before it premiered, which was obviously much more popular than the previous film. Bella and Bob cooperated skillfully to bypass everyone and ran to Wayne first. Without even taking a breath, she directly extended the microphone and recorder in front of him. "Director Greenberg, I'm Bella Grant, a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. What do you think of the box office of this film? Will it beat Cliffhanger, which premiered next door, and win the weekend championship?" Wayne smiled as soon as he saw this beautiful reporter. She was wearing a tight, fitted hip-hugging dress and a snow-white shirt. The big breasts on her chest were about to pop open at any time, and her slender waist made her hips look amazingly proportional. This time, he recognized her without Nina's reminder. "Hello, Miss Bella, we are acquaintances, right? I remember you have interviewed me several times. I have also read your detailed viewing guide for Get Out. Of course, I'm very confident about the box office of the film. There is no doubt that Joker will be the champion this weekend." Facing this director who had confidence and pride written on his face, Bella asked again, "What do you think of this cooperation with Nicolas Cage?" Retracting his gaze from the great chest, Wayne said to the recorder, "Nicolas is a talented actor. He starved himself to lose 30 pounds for this film. Now I can only tell you that his performance will definitely surprise you." After the simple interview, Wayne walked into the theater with Halle Berry and went directly to the VIP area on the second floor to entertain the guests. Along the way, Black Pearl was responsible for showing a delicate smile. After entering the second floor, she whispered, "Are you fascinated by the woman's towering chest? Staring at that part of the lady unscrupulously is not what a well-educated gentleman should do." Facing the accusation of his female companion, Wayne was not embarrassed at all. Any man would have such a reaction. "Harry, I'm also a normal man." After saying that, he let go of the woman and greeted Tim Burton and Johnny Depp who had just come in. These two good friends are inseparable, and they even came to the premiere together. After hugging Tim Burton, Wayne greeted him. "How is the preparation of Ed Wood going?" "Very smoothly." Speaking of the new film, the Gothic director seemed very confident. Depp's performance is also very good. He is a genius. If there is a chance in the future, you can also try to cooperate once. Well, hearing this, he knew how much Tim Burton loved his friends. The purpose of bringing Depp here this time was definitely to help him expand his network. Then he said politely, "Of course, if there is a chance, I would also like to work with a genius like him." "Well, I won't occupy you anymore. Don't tell me to go. We can talk again when we have time." As soon as Tim Burton left, Wayne heard the screams of the fans outside. This was much louder than the roar he had just given him, and it could be heard clearly in the theater. As he expected, the good old man Steven Spielberg and the father of Star Wars, George Lucas, came in. Whether in terms of fame or money and power, these two people are definitely the most important bosses tonight. "George, this is the kid I told you about. You must have heard his name a lot recently. The media has been reporting on him every day." After shaking hands with the two, the Jewish old man introduced them. "Wayne, he doesn't need to be introduced, right? Of course, who didn't grow up watching Star Wars?" Wayne blinked at the father of Star Wars. "Mr. Lucas, you have been my idol since I was a child." The father of Star Wars looked easygoing, but the words he said scared him. "Really? Did your father tell you that he and I have been friends for a long time?" "Well, young man, go and do your work. Don't worry about us two old men." George Lucas patted his shoulder affectionately and walked into the VIP room with Spielberg, leaving him standing there with a thoughtful look on his face. Chapter 150 shock you all. Nicolas Cage, who arrived late, walked on the red carpet with his female companion, facing the screams of fans and the flashes of the media, smiling. Nicolas Cage's female companion asked him in a low voice, "I heard that there are many stars in the Kodak Theater next door to support Cliffhanger. Why didn't Warner Brothers invite more of them?" Facing the dazzling flashes and crazy fans, Cage kept waving his hands to both sides, and his clear face kept changing directions. Sophia, because Warner Brothers is absolutely confident in this film. Although the director is not popular, there is absolutely no problem with his ability. After walking to the door of the theater and accepting the routine interview, the two walked into the Chinese theater and saw the director welcoming the guests. Nicolas Cage shrugged and took the initiative to introduce, "Wayne, this is my cousin Sophia, Sofia Coppola. This is Wayne Greenberg, the genius director you admire." Shaking hands with the lady gently, Wayne said with a smile, "We have to hurry in. All the fans with tickets have already entered, and the screening will start soon." After that, he led the two into the huge screening room and lowered his head to the first row, where the crew was. His seat was in the middle, with Hall Berry on one side and production manager John on the other. Nicolas Cage and the other sat on the side, and Sofia Coppola kept staring at the director's direction until the lights began to go out one by one. Then she complained softly to her cousin's ear, "Is this the annoying director you mentioned? Nicholas, does it mean that anyone who doesn't smoke leaf tobacco and play with women with you is considered annoying to you?" "Shut up, Sophia, watch the movie." The lights in the theater were slowly turning off. There were two film critics sitting among the fans. Although Todd McCarthy and Kenneth Turan had already watched it in advance and cheered for it for a long time, they couldn't help but make an appointment to come to the premiere again. "Todd, look in front of your right," Kenneth Turan whispered to his old friend after flipping out his notebook. Todd McCarthy, who was also equipped with the same equipment, looked up and glanced, also with a look of surprise. Why did David Denby come to Los Angeles instead of New York? Was he invited by Warner Brothers? This person is David Denby, a famous film critic of the New York Times. His review style is known for being sly and mean. It is more difficult to hear good words from him than to get a thumbs up from Roger Ebert. The circle of film critics is very small, and basically all the famous ones know each other. I don't know. Logically, even if Warner invited him, he should have watched the movie in New York, not all the way to Los Angeles. Seeing the Warner Brothers logo on the screen, Kenneth Turan didn't continue. "No matter why he came, this movie will shock everyone in this theater, and David Denby will be no exception." The big screen suddenly went dark, and the huge letters TC appeared in the center, followed by a row of smaller letters, Wayne Greenberg's work. At this time, Bella Grant, who had just completed all the interview tasks, also ran in and came to her reserved seat. As long as it was a premiere she had interviewed, Bella would not miss almost every movie. Fortunately, she caught up with the beginning of the movie, and the first scene appeared. After she sat down, Bella Grant believed that the fans around her, or the fans watching this movie today in the United States, were just like her. They had been waiting for several months, and they couldn't wait any longer when the movie was released. This may be the reason why the film exploded early on Friday morning. At the first sight of Arthur in the film, my mind couldn't help but flash back to the trailer I saw on ABC for a few seconds. Arthur was walking alone on the street in a yellow jacket, and the background sounded, "My mother kept telling me to keep smiling at people." As a media practitioner, Bella Grant has always had a sensitive insight in this regard. The last time fans would wait for a movie for several months was George Lucas's Star Wars! She wanted to take a closer look at what the director could make of this Batman's nemesis, the villain in DC Comics, as the protagonist. The film on the screen has begun. The story takes place in Gotham City in the 1980s. The economy is depressed, prices are skyrocketing, the gap between the rich and the poor is too large, and the bottom workers have started a strike. The male protagonist Arthur is just one of the bottom workers who earns a meager salary by playing the clown. His dream is to bring happiness to everyone, which is also his mother's expectation for him. The camera turned, and Arthur was holding a billboard, working hard to promote a bankrupt business on the roadside. Suddenly, a group of arrogant hooligans snatched the billboard away. He had to chase them, but when he chased them into an empty alley, he was beaten up by the arrogant hooligans. Businesses on clearance, middle-aged people who should have stable careers, but are handing out flyers, young hooligans who are idle, and garbage piled up along the road without anyone cleaning it up. Bella Grant watched and recorded, muttering in a voice that only she could hear. This indicates that Gotham City has fallen into a huge crisis. This kind of lens sense and color contrast expression method, as expected, Wayne Greenberg has improved again. When he came to the government-appointed psychological counselor, Arthur laughed for a long time before he controlled himself. He had an uncontrollable laughing mental illness, and his smile revealed obvious bitterness because he believed that the psychological counselor in front of him could really help him, treat him, and comfort him. However, as usual, there was no real concern. Looking around the room, there were files of various mental illnesses. Obviously, there were many people who came for psychological counseling. The counselor had a blank expression on her face and answered all the questions Arthur asked as a matter of routine. Then she took the notebook that Arthur used to create jokes, and after opening it, the camera gave a close-up. The notebook said, "I just hope that my death will be more valuable than my life." But even if the counselor saw it, she still didn't care. She handed the notebook back and asked Arthur, "Do you know why you are locked up in a mental hospital?" The movie had just been going on for a few minutes when this shot caused obvious low curses in the theater. Even Bella, who had watched countless movies, was no exception. She opened her mouth and said FXXK. It's like someone slapped you in the face and asked you, "Do you know where you went wrong?" But the audience knew that Arthur had done nothing wrong, but he couldn't be as indifferent as they were. Suddenly, several people in the theater came to their senses. Among them were George Lucas and Spielberg. They looked at each other and saw surprise and horror in each other's eyes. The movie had just started for a short while, but it could make them, an old director who had watched countless movies, fall in love with it and feel the same way, not to mention ordinary movie fans who were more emotional. This director was like releasing a demon. The picture flashed on the big screen, and Arthur appeared in a bright room in the mental hospital. The close-up of the wall clock was also noticed by many people. Whether it was the style or the color, it was exactly the same as the one in the psychological counselor's room, and the pointer was the same time. But it was extremely dark and depressing here, while the mental hospital was extremely bright. This strong contrast obviously made it difficult for many people to tell which was the real mental hospital. After leaving here, on the bus back home, Arthur amused a cute little boy in the front row. This was originally Arthur's act of releasing goodwill, but in the eyes of the indifferent parents of the child, this was harassment of their own children, and they immediately reprimanded Arthur. At this time, Arthur couldn't help laughing again. He tried to cover his mouth, took out a card, and handed it to the child's parents, telling them that he often had such a sudden attack. The yellowed homemade card was full of wrinkles, which meant that the disease had been there for many years. On the other hand, making this card specifically also indirectly let the audience know that Arthur knew that the disease would affect others and was willing to minimize the impact on others. Fate is so unfair to Arthur. He is so kind. God, why do you treat him like this? He is a good man. He shouldn't be like this. Many fans felt that a kind and good person should not be treated like this. This kind of social environment and life is simply too unfair to the male protagonist. The film is still going on. Arthur would help his mother check the mailbox every day when he returned home, but it was always empty. His mother regularly wrote to Thomas Wayne, the chairman of the Wayne family, the old employer where she worked, hoping to get financial assistance, but she never received a reply. Every week, the mother and Arthur would sit together and watch Murray Franklin's talk show. This was the happiest thing for the mother and son. Murray Franklin is a well-known veteran talk show host. Once, Arthur had the honor to participate in his show. He was also accidentally named by Murray Franklin and shared his story on the spot. Arthur lost his father when he was a child and depended on his mother. Although he was getting older, he had never been married and was still squeezed in a shabby small apartment to take care of his mother. Murray Franklin was very moved after listening to him. He specially invited him to the front desk and said some words of encouragement to him like a father. This made Arthur feel the love of his father for the first time in his life. In his heart, he regarded this talk show host as his spiritual father. "What are you going to do, Wayne?" Bella Grant saw this. Even though she was a woman, she was deeply involved in the movie. If she hadn't kept an absolutely rational mind, she would still be deeply immersed in the emotions of empathy, which made her feel a chill on her back. How can you play with people's feelings like this? This world is definitely not as cold as in your movie. Because of her emotional fluctuations, Bella Grant's voice was a little louder. This sudden voice obviously affected the fans around her. The middle-aged man who was disturbed by her looked at her fiercely and then quickly moved his eyes back to the screen. Obviously, he didn't want to miss a second of the movie. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.